Oui, je connais ce système. C'est bien, ça affiche la suivante. Thank you, Maria. Well, it's a pleasure for me and an honor to be invited to be associated with this conference. And I would like to thank the organizers, Mª Utrero and especially perhaps Simon Pierre for being here, who for the 2 past years has devoted a lot of energy with stress and tension so that the Beirut event and regions could finally take place and in an expanded and enriched form, thanks to the collaboration with Mª Utrero. I must first apologize for my lack of fluency in English and my poor pronunciation. Simon asked me to speak about the churches in the Syriac world at the end of Antiquity. And of course, I will speak particularly about that mention in the written documents, since you all know that this is what I know a little less badly than the rest. No, c'est là. Late Antiquity, of course, because whatever some may think, it was not as early as the 1st century that Christians, even Syriacs, began to erect buildings specially designated to be dedicated to worship. One mention in particular has attracted attention, that of the Church of the Christians yes. The Church of the Christians destroyed by the flood in the year 201 in Edessa, according to the testimony of the Chronicle of Edessa, which, it is admitted, occupies here a document taken from the Royal Archives of Osroes. I will not develop here the study of this mention, which is out of subject, but one can admit that it was moved from the account of the flood of 525, which is also known by Procopius. Edessa was particularly prone to floods of the river Daisan, Skirtos in Greek. This chronicle probably dates from shortly after 540, the date of the last event mentioned. The flood of 525 may have been included and then moved to the account of the Greek catastrophe of the reign of Abgar VIII to affirm the visible presence of Christianity in the landscape of the city from that early period. Archaeologically, nothing dates back to this period. In Dura Europos, a house was still being fitted out for worship in the middle of the 3rd century. The first specifically equipped places of worship are attested at the end of this century, when 6 things of Kfar Otnai, and then there is a mention of a house of the church for the first time in 270 by the Church of Antioch, a mention taken up in the decree of the Emperor Aurelian and mentioned by Eusebius. At the end of the 3rd century, several churches visible in the urban landscape are mentioned. But it is a peace accorded to the church and Constantine's undertakings that led to the development of Christian religious architecture. And I will not return here to the establishment of the basilica model spread throughout the empire. The transition from domestic type premises to dedicated buildings has taken place gradually. In 410, According to the Synodicon Orientale, the first synod of the Church of Persia, that of Mª specifies in its 13th canon, in each city, the deacons will make the proclamation as is done here. The scriptures will be read in the same way. The pure and holy oblation will be offered in all the churches on a single altar. Henceforth, the custom of ancient memory no longer exists amongst us, and that the sacrifice is no longer offered in the houses. As is often the case, if a practice is forbidden, and here at the beginning of the 5th century, it's precisely because it is a practice that is still in use, probably with some frequency. Archaeology and inscriptions attest to the construction of churches from the 5th century and probably even from the end of the 4th. The oldest Syriac inscription, and here is to forget no destruction of figure. The oldest Syriac inscription preserved with some extent was composed in mosaic. It was found in Nabra, north of Aleppo, in the region of Jerablus. The inscription itself is located to the east of a nave, at the foot of the sanctuary. Anyway, that is what we can suppose. It was found by chance, and the excavator was not at all a specialist of this period. So he just excavated the mosaic and didn't go around. And as there are some steps, most probably there was the apse here, but there was a project to excavate more, and then the war began and it didn't go further. So the inscription here, it is located to the east of a nave. Here is east, at the foot of the sanctuary, and celebrates the laying of the mosaic. This martyrion was mosaicked, which is in St. John. In the days of Father Superior Bar Barnaba, the work was started in that martyrion. And in the days of Father Superior Mares, this work was completed. Lord, in the kingdom, remember deacons Theodotus and Cosma, and mosaists Nora and John, who all undertook the church of our Lord and have mosaicked this house, so that whoever read shall pray for them. At the beginning of the inscription, as always, it's the date that is destroyed. The date can be, in fact, restored as 718 Seleucid era, which is 406, 407 of the Christian era. Observation of the situation of the mosaic showed that this pavement was laid in a second time in the history of the building, which means that the construction may go back to the end of the 4th century. The space which received this mosaic, I mean this place, is mentioned as a Bet Sodé, a martyrion. One can, of course, assume that this is a room attached to a main church, especially dedicated to the martyrs. But several texts show that it is sometimes the church itself that is qualified as a martyrion. This martyrion is qualified as Ono de Bemar Yohanan, that which is in St. John. So one can think of the martyrion of a church of St. John, or the church of the convent of St. John. Unfortunately, the texts provide little information on the structure and layout of the churches. The purpose of apocryphal texts, such as the Acts of Addai or Mary, is above all to insist on the construction of churches in symbiosis with the process of evangelization and the creation of a Christian landscape along with the birth of communities. The process is the same afterwards for the missionaries who are going to spread the faith. Ahudeme thus built a beautiful stone church in the Bet Arabiye for the use of the Arabic-speaking Christian communities of the region, so that they do not have to go to Resafa in Byzantine land. The lives of the saints, like the Book of Chastity, Ktavad and Nekefuta, insist on their actions as founders and builders, but the notices are laconic. He built a church in such and such a place, he built a convent, but no more information. When Ephraim celebrates the rebuilding of the churches of Nisibis after the peace with the Persians, he also speaks in a very general way. And here from the Songs of Nisibis 21, let the earth be at peace in your days, for your eyes are peaceful. Through you, let the church be built and decorated with ornaments. May they be open books and ready-made tables. Let the minister shine. Let them give praise as first fruits to the Master of Peace. Blessed one who resurrects our churches. A little later, somewhat later, the life of the great builder that was the Miaphysite Simeon of the Olives at the beginning of Islamic times insists more on the organizational aspect of his work, on the difficulties encountered with the Nestorians who forbade the workers the place to work for this heretic, and does not describe at all buildings. Inscriptions generally only celebrate the building, give names and dates, as for example, the lintel of the church of Khirbet Hassan. So here is the lintel and the inscription as okay, has to be read as that, dating to 507, 508. And you see the text of the inscription with no information of on the layout of the church, but only on the expenses. The inscription of Basufan, also in the limestone massif of Syria, which is more or less contemporary, has also a sort of general information giving date and persons implied, but no information on the church itself. To study the architecture of churches and their interior layout, liturgists provide the most data. But we also have, thanks to the well-known Sugita on the consecration of the great church of Edessa, Hagia Sophia, after its reconstruction by Justinian, an exceptional description of a church in the heart of the Syriac world. Finally, one text of the apocryphal literature also provides rich data that can be compared with what we know archaeologically. But the descriptions are never given for themselves. They are the object of a typological interpretation in which the space of the liturgy is a symbol of the relationship of humanity to God. The architectural form seems to have been quite varied, even if the basilical plan is in the majority. But the Hagia Sophia of Edessa has a square plan, like its sister in Constantinople. The influence of Byzantine capital seems to have been dominant here. But more than the plan of the churches, I would like, it was very much and well etudied by Elif Kessler, so I let it to her, and to her new, very important book. More than the plan of the church, I would like to focus on the interior design and first on the bema. The only mention of bema in the Syriac inscription on an altar plate that had emerged on the Antiquities market in Beirut is perhaps the work of a forger. And if you want to know more, you ask to Pierre. But the bemas are widely mentioned in connection with the liturgy, both in the life of preachers as in liturgical treatises. For example, for Simeon Bet Arsham, it's said that every time he came to some place, in 3 days, he knew the language of the place and could go to the bema. It's the place of the liturgy of the word, the center of the liturgy during the most time of the ceremony, and therefore a particularly holy place. The works of the liturgists insist above all on the perspective of the bema and the altar or apse, and on the movements from one to the other, giving rhythm to the ceremony. The bema is thus the mirror of the apse. Here the apse, and here the bema, mirror of the apse, whose shapes it reproduces, which is evident archaeologically here at Kefardaretazé, and also here in Ressafa, for example, but I let it to the next presentation in Bazyan. The reading is symbolic. The bema symbolizes Jerusalem, and that's why the column behind the bema, which is surmounted by a cross, receives the name Golgotha in stanza 16 of the Sogita on the Church of Edessa. In the Cave of Trees, an apocryphon of the Old Testament, Noah's Ark is interpreted as a proto-church, oriented, in which Adam's coffin that was taken away before the flood to be further buried under the future of Golgotha is placed in the center of the floor where Noah's family members are gathered. Yes, there is one floor for the family and the others for the animals. So, on the upper floor, there is the family of Noah, and it's organized like a church. No one speaks, because you don't speak in church. It takes the place of the bema, so the coffin of Adam, and separates the men's section to the east, so to the noble place of the church, from the women's section to the west, in the back, according to the traditional distribution in Syriac churches. Those are, you enter from the south with men's door and women's door. All the movement of the liturgy have a typological value. The comings and goings of the deacons and the priest between the diaconicon, the sacristy, and the bema recall those of Christ between Nazareth, the place of hidden life and service, and Jerusalem, the place of preaching and the ultimate sacrifice. When deacons turn them back to the altar to go to the bema, to the west, and bow to the priest, they are repeating the movement of the Magi coming from the east to prostrate themselves before Christ. The ascent of the priest and deacons to the altar in the second part of the Eucharist celebration symbolizes the ascent to paradise represented by the kestroma. Kestroma is the podium in front of the altar. and beyond to heaven, of which the apse is the type. The bema and the apse are symmetrically placed opposite to each other, but the apse is higher, and one climbs from the earth to the sky. 9 set steps separate them according to the Sugita already mentioned. It's not so visible here, but anyway, that is the symbol. It is mainly in the churches of the Roman Empire that it's mainly the churches of the Roman Empire that have left traces in Syria and in the Turabdin. For the Church of the East, Church of Persia, others will speak better than I do about Bazyan, Iraq, and the Gulf. And Narmin's monograph in press will soon give a panorama of what we know of the ecclesiastical buildings in Iraq. I would only like to mention here the church that was being excavated on the Tell of EEHAR-CSIC. Yeah, okay. In northern Syria, on the eve of the Syrian war. Architecture, layout, and decoration have led Widad Brewery and Bertrand Ribin to date the monument, which can be attributed to the Church of the East, especially on the basis of the writing of the inscriptions, to the Sassanid period. I would like to stress 2 points. First of all, the particular shape of the bema, which is not a podium or a built platform, but probably a small wooden tray supported by columns, so that those who have studied it and published it have called it an ambo. But its description seems to correspond exactly to that of the bema of the Church of Hagia Sophia in Edessa. And here I quote the Sugita on the Church of Edessa. The bema is placed in the middle of the church on the model is tupso, that is typos in Greek, of the upper room at Sion. Under are 11 columns, like the 11 apostles who were hidden. One will notice that in EEHAR-CSIC, one can probably also see 11 columns. So the symbol is most probably the same. The second characteristic of this church is the presence of a shkakoda, and it's here. A small materialized path that leads from the bema to the sanctuary and to the altar, which is also to be seen in Bazyan. We'll see it. As far as I know, but I am no specialist of it, I leave it to archaeologists. These are the only 2 material cases materially attested of shkakone. This shkakona is referred to as the path of truth in the anonymous treatise called Exposition of Church Offices. This is probably a characteristic of the churches in the Eastern Syriac world. So it's much an appeal to archaeologists. Is shkakona specific to Eastern Church or not? Churches are the center of community life, including economic life. They play a role in gathering Christians and letting them meet, and thus serve a social role well beyond their strictly liturgical function. They already have, for communities that are on the fringe politically and administratively, a socially structuring role. In this sense, the Christian communities already had, at the arrival of Islam, a mode of functioning and a place of sociability linked to their churches. Their community life was already organized around churches and not civil monuments. Furthermore, the essence of the model and its symbolic interpretation of these documents was already in place at the end of Antiquity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Go on with text of Iraq and the Islam, and then discuss. Change just the problem to Morning. So, as you can see, I changed the title. Okay. Non.
Il faut prendre. Non, c'est pas le même.
Ah bon?
Ce sera pas le temps.
Faut que tu dis.
Non. Non. C'est ça.
Oui.
On va recommencer. On va le relancer.
Comme ça, c'est pas bien.
C'est pas chaud. Tiens.
Ah, bah, ferme-le.
Ah, il est là. Je suis bête. Il est où? Presentazione dall'inizio. Ok. Maintenant, deuxième étape. Deuxième étape. Je ne sais pas pourquoi j'arrive pas à rentrer à nouveau. On va faire comme ça. Compartir. Panta la 2. C'est toujours la 2. Je ne sais pas pourquoi. Et là, normalement, c'est bon. Et non, parce qu'en fait, tu n'es pas dedans, justement. Tu n'es pas dedans. C'est ça le truc. C'est tordu, hein. Ça ressemble. Attends. Non. Comment on avait fait? Alors là, il y a un truc qui m'échappe. Comment on enlève ça, là?
Normalement, une fois que tu mets.
Oui, mais le truc, c'est qu'il faut que tu reviennes sur le truc de PowerPoint, tu vois. Celui-là, normalement. Voilà. Là, c'est bon. Là, c'est bon. Non, non, ça y est. Ça y est. Ah, absolument. Parce qu'on a fait comme ça depuis le début, là. Donc, il faut absolument que tu gères. Ah, ok. Bah, si t'arrives.
Ok.
Je sais pas gérer aussi.
Okay. So as you can see, I changed before yesterday the topic of my lecture. So for two reasons, because I try to better fit the aim of the conference. So I will speak more about the beginning of Islamic period, and also because other speakers will speak about northern Iraq. So I think it was better to focus on southern Iraq and the Gulf. So the easiest way to study archaeologically the evolution of Christianity from an archaeological point of view is, of course, to look at churches. And so regarding the southern Iraq and the Gulf, 10 churches were discovered yet. So I choose this area because, as you will see, there is some homogeneity from the material culture plan of the buildings. So 10 churches were discovered, but the problem of the churches is that it was old excavation. and we don't have a lot of documentation. So we don't have any stratigraphy. We have not complete plan. And for most of them, we don't have the pottery, glass, and coins. So, or it's old excavation, or it's more recent excavation, but that was not published, or just a very short preliminary report. So, for instance, the oldest excavation, so you don't see now. It's in Ctesiphon, and it was in 28. So I will not speak a lot about the shape of the churches, but we can distinguish 4 types of churches. So, and one example is El Qusur. So I will develop about this type, and I interpret it as a pilgrimage church and a monastic church. So we have other churches of this type. There is a type of Jubail. So there is 3 churches, one in northern Iraq and one in southern Iraq, and Jubail church. And Hira, there is 2 churches of this kind, and one is unique, is the El-Qusayr church. So I will speak about it later. So this is the upper one, and it's the restitution of the first phase. So maybe you don't recognize it because it's the result of recent work. So there is okay. So there is 3 churches that are most probably Sasanian or late Sasanian that are Qusayr Church in its phase 1, Ctesiphon Church, and Jubail Church. So Ctesiphon Church was dated from the Sasanian period by its excavator, and we don't have any pottery or glass, so it dated from the Sasanian period according in particular to the very unique sculpture that is illustrated here, and according to stuccos and decoration. So it's a very old excavation. And El Jubail was excavated in the 80s, but it was not properly excavated. It was cleaned by the Saudi Antiquities, and we don't have any report, any picture, any drawing. So we just have this plan that is a sketch done by an archaeologist, Langfeld, when he visited the site during the excavation. So it was forbidden to take picture or to do a proper mapping. So it is just a sketch. And El Qusayr was excavated by 2 Iraqi teams and surveyed by a German team. And we have a publication from the German and 1 publication from the late excavation in Arabic. The last report is quite detailed, but it's still a preliminary report, so we don't have any stratigraphical information and no information about the pottery. So it's difficult to date, but for some reason, maybe we can speak about it later, it's most probably Sasanian or late Sasanian. There is these 2 churches that are quite similar with, so they are distinguished from the one we will see just after by the fact that the nave is divided in 3 aisles with columns. It's also difficult to date them because we don't have any data, and it was dated from the late Sasanian, early Islamic period on the base of painting from El-Hira and on the base of comparison for the other church. So it's difficult to consider these 2 churches to think about the turn of Islam because we don't know exactly their dating. So I will concentrate on these 6 churches that are better known, in particular because there is still excavation on El Qusur church, so this one, and not on the church, but on the monastery surrounding the church. And I'm excavating there since 2007. And since 2014, the French mission is concentrating on, is focusing only on the monastery. So as you can see, there is old excavation, more recent excavation, but for most of the churches, we don't have all the data. Even for El Qusur church, so I'm excavating the site, but the church was excavated before, so I don't have all the documentation. So as you can see, I regrouped these 6 churches because they have a quite similar plan, with which is very specific, and you don't find it in northern Iraq, for instance, nor in the rest of the peninsula. So it's characterized by the fact that there is 3 A's and distinguished. So you have a phone or something here? Okay. So if we take this one for instance, so it's very characteristic because you have these large pillar walls that are separating the 3 A's. So the nave is separated by from the collapse by these walls. And what is very characteristic is that for these 3 churches, we know that the door here was closed but by panels, but not here. So we have the socket of the door here, but not in the external wall. This site is also characterized by the narthex or the western aisle, and also with the shape of the sanctuary that is framed by 2 annexes. So in a paper that is under press, I do the hypothesis that these churches are dedicated to pilgrimage, and in fact, they are all in monastical settlements. The monasteries takes a different, are corresponding to different type, but in all the case, it's a monastery. What is very interesting is that you can isolate this area of the church because it's closed, and this area is open to the outside. So in Harb, there is a baptistery here, and here you have a reliquary and some burials here, and in Qusur you have also burial here, and maybe what can be related to a baptistery. And what was interpreted as a reliquary was discovered in the collapse of the southern collateral, but we don't know exactly from where it comes. So my hypothesis is that the church this part was dedicated to the monks, and this part was dedicated to pilgrims that were able to go from one annex to another without entering this place that was isolated for the monks. Here are the place of the burials I was mentioning. So in Einstein, there is also a place for burial, but they didn't discover the body. So all these churches are still, their dating is still in debate. So it was first dated by the excavator from the Sasanian period because of the stuccos you find inside it, and also because it was a way to relate these buildings to the textual sources. So we have mentions of Christians in the Gulf in the late Sasanian period, but not after the conquest. And as you may know, the Arabic sources also mention the fact that Christianity disappeared from the peninsula after the conquest, but its late sources. So probably for this reason, all these churches were dated from the Sasanian period at the time of the discovery. But after that, Kenneth and Carter proposed another dating that is early Islamic. And clearly, all the ceramics that was discovered and corresponding to the occupation of these buildings is early Islamic. So it's for sure Umayyad and probably early Abbasid. So I will do the economy of the description of the types because there is not only archaeologists, but you have very typical types of the late 7th and 8th century. And the stuccos were also redate, in particular by Anish Kalik in her PhD, and they are also early Islamic. And the glass is also mainly early Islamic. Yeah, but one of the problem is the dating of the foundation now and the abandonment of these buildings. One case is very particular. It's the El Qusair church, and it was so it's mainly known from the researcher after the German excavation, and so most of people know this part of the church. But because it was still visible when the German team did a survey. But there is also the same typical plan of what I call pilgrimage monastic churches, but it corresponds to two phases. So it's very clear from the architecture because the main part of the sanctuary and the central nave was built in stone. And after that, because there is not at all liaison, there is no link between stone and mud brick. After that, there is another part. So the building is increased in size with the construction in mud brick of the south, north, and western heights. So this is an interesting building because it shows that there is a longer history than what most of us were thinking. And if we consider this part is early Islamic, this part could be Sasanian or late Sasanian. And indeed, on most of the sites, we have also indicators of late Sasanian occupation. But for now, it was not clearly related to the construction of the church. So you have late Sasanian glass, some Sasanian coins, and Sasanian pottery. So as we said yesterday, the problem of this chronology is to distinguish the pottery according to dynasties. So it's not very clear yet. But for the example of the stamped ceramic, we can, in Kusu, we can clearly distinguish this kind of stamped motifs that are bigger with Sasanian iconography and with ceramic with a specific fabric that is very distinguished from the early Islamic stamped motifs that are better known. So there is a mistake in my figure, so this is early Islamic. So as you could see, these stamps are larger, and the iconography is very close to the glyptic, the Sasanian glyptic, and very different from the early Islamic motif we have after that. And there is also other type of late Sasanian pottery. But maybe other speakers will show this kind of ceramic, so I find it interesting to show. And it's clearly correspond to distinguish layers in El Qusair. So even if we are not sure for now of the date of the construction of this building, so we know the occupation is mainly Islamic, but we cannot be sure yet if they were built at the late Sasanian period or early Islamic period. But what is important for us is the fact that the settlements surrounding the church grows at the beginning of the Islamic period. So the churches of this corpus are integrated in monastic settlements. So here you have the center of El-Qusur. So we don't have any walls like in other sites, but here in Kharg, the cells are constituting a wall, an enclosure wall to the monastery, and from the surface they restitute an enclosure wall. In Syriac, we are still waiting the publication, but there is probably enclosure wall. In Qusayr, it's very clear, so it's the map of the German team. It's a remote brick wall that is very clear. And in Antiquity, there is also an enclosure. So this is the type of monastery we have. And Kharg is the clearer because it was more extensively excavated with the cells in this corner. And in El-Qusur, there's probably one cell here, one refectory was excavated, and one very interesting food production building in front of the church. So the first excavators of El-Qusur did the hypothesis that the church was Sasanian, but the whole settlement was later. But the ceramic and the stratigraphy clearly show that it's all contemporary. So some parts of the settlements that are clearly corresponding to monasteries, because it was still needed to prove its monasteries. So you have the refectory of El-Qusur, the refectory of Kharg, and in Kharg there is also a library here, and probably a scriptorium that was excavated later. So it's clearly monasteries, since we discovered cells in some of them, conventual building and enclosure. And you have also in Qusayr what is probably a scriptorium, and here the enclosure of the site and the door of the site that is just collapsing. But in two sites, the monastery is not only concentrated inside the walls, it is also a very large settlement. So El-Qusur is 2 kilometers long, as you can see. So you have the central part of the monastery here with the church and the refectory. Sorry. And in El-Qusayr, you have the enclosure of the monastery and all the settlement that is surrounding it. So the question is to know if the outside buildings are houses or if it's cells or hermitage. So this is in El-Qusayr, you have this type of building, but it was not excavated, so it's just a proposition from the German team. And in Qusur, we excavate, and other teams excavate this kind of buildings. And the fact that most of the building on both sides take the shape of a courtyard and a three rooms building is pretty convincing with the theory of cells. Since here in Kharg, you have cells with 3 rooms, and here in Qusur, you have the same 3 rooms with a courtyard. So most probably, what is outside the walls of El-Qusayr and what is outside the center of El-Qusur is cells, not always with the same dimension, but most of the time. So we did all the mapping of the site of the remains on the surface, and most of the time it's the same type of 3 rooms building or a composition of 3 rooms buildings together that is more typical of hermitage. So we have probably cells and hermitage. And in Kharg and Antalya, there is also construction outside of the monastery. So this is Antalya monastery with buildings outside that are also compartmented and very typical. And there is also building outside of Kharg. So what could be interesting is to understand why there is such an increase of the monasteries at the beginning of Islamic era and in the Umayyad period. And I forget to mention that all these settlements were abandoned or at the end of the 8th or during the 9th century is still in debate and probably depend of from one to another. And yeah, so, but most probably beginning of the 9th century. So the question is to know why there is such an increase of the monastic settlements. And one of the reasons could be the fact that these buildings, these monasteries are on the way to China, and that the Church of the East developed missionaries travel to China. And one of the way to go was by sea, as attested by some texts. We know that some missionaries were mostly monks and going through sea roads to China. So I think I'm a little bit late. And another reason could be legal, because what is interesting also in the Gulf in particular is that we know that some bishops were present in the Gulf before the turn of Islam, but we have only traces of monasteries. So it could be, as mentioned yesterday, an archaeological via. And so maybe the dioceses were developed as cities, so it's less easy to excavate. So indeed, all the settlements, the Christian settlements excavated were discovered in outside cities. So it may explain why we didn't find any dioceses mentioned in the text, but it cannot be the only explanation because some place didn't transform in city. So as it seems to be according to the text, but it's something I still have to work on, the monasteries were initially exempt of land tax. And so it may explain that they continue to increase contrary to Christian parish settlements. And according to the text, tax reform starting from the middle of the 8th century with land tax for monasteries and poll tax for monks. So it may explain the disappearance of monasteries later than Christian villages. And yeah, and it's the same for the idea that these monasteries were stops for missionaries going to China, is that Christianity disappeared from China in the middle of the 9th century and after a phase of persecution. So if missionaries stop to go to China or are less numerous to go, it could also explain that if these monasteries are related to missionaries, they slowly disappear. And what is interesting is that they just are empty, they are not reoccupied, and the population doesn't change, doesn't convert to Islam, just maybe they convert, but they leave the settlements. Thank you for your attention.
One you showed, I don't remember the name of the church, but you showed the church with the two different phases that are here in your plan. Okay. So about this, do you know something more, or can you say something more about the building techniques? Because you spoke about first phases that probably is the Sasanian or here the Umayyad building stone. And then the other one in brick, no? That there. So we can explain something more about this because at this point I think that it's very interesting also to compare the other techniques in the area.
So it's very strange because it was interpreted as mixed masonry, but it's clearly two phases, and you have a church built only in stones, and that you can see here, and on the stone walls, they built a mud bricks wall. So it's very strange because here you have two walls, one against the other, and here there is. It's not. The corners are very clear. It's not something that they linked after, or it's clear that it's two buildings. But it's difficult to relate to a dating. And so if we consider this type of church is more early Islamic, we can guess that the central one, the phase one, is late Sasanian, but it's very speculative, and we have no stratigraphy at all and no publication of material.
Because if I have done this picture, for example, for archaeology, it's important because it's one.
Yeah.
But I saw it's because we saw more or less clear that yes, the polymapping about to the other one. And so, for example, about the measures of the beats, because I think that it's possible to do this type of studies and to try to make some comparison in the region, for example, to try to understand something more about the chronology. Also because the technology changed completely. So there is stone and then there are fabrics, and so there are two completely different worlds of construction.
So I think in the area it also depends on the buildings that are available, because Qusur is built in mud brick and Kharg is built completely in mud brick. Kharg is in stone, Qusair is stone then mud brick, and Ansha, yeah, I think it's stone. And Hira, it's only mud brick. So it really depends on the area. But the problem is that, it's this time when archaeologists didn't excavate mud bricks. So we just have the plan, but we don't have the bricks inside. So for the El Qusur, we don't have the size of the mud brick. There is a few mentions in El Qusair, but it's not very coherent, so it's not very clear. And so we need to, it's a project to excavate again El Qusur mosque, church.
Another question, I'm sorry, about the enclosures. So you said for at least one site that the enclosure is content no, and about the others, how can you know that the enclosure are the same things as the church buildings?
We need stratigraphy. So for Qusair, if we consider that there is a time they were building in stone, because there is some other building in stones, and the fact that the enclosure is in mud brick like the rest of the church, so the extension is all in mud bricks. But so in Kharg we don't have any stratigraphy. So according to the material, it's the same period, but it's a very large period of 2 centuries. And in El Qusur, we have a stratigraphy now, but we don't have enclosure. So, but we have, this building is very interesting, and because it's you see it here as one building, so it's a food production building with a lot of structure for alimentation. It's great, but it's very interesting because you have parts that are built only in mud brick. This part, and this part. So you have 3 buildings at the beginning, and then it's all closed by stone walls, and there is at least 4 phases. So maybe it will be a way to precise the chronology, the phasing of technical buildings. But building.
Yes, because we image a complex, a monastic complex, the closure, and our perception of the explanation. So it's something, yes.
But so I didn't mention it, but so in Qusur we don't have any enclosure, and we think this set is contemporary to the construction of the church, and this is later. So the refectory, but so we have a stratigraphy, but it's a very few centimeter stratigraphy, and everything is built on the substratum. But most probably, according to building techniques and some material, we think these are built in another phase. So it is possible that in El Qusur we have a first settlement that is built in mud bricks near the church. So this is only in mud bricks, and after that, all these buildings are built with a stone base and mud bricks walls. And so it will be the extension of the construction, because here we have an interesting stratigraphy, and the set is very earlier to this walls, stone-based walls. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Because on this discussion on the mud brick and stone, there is a text. There is a lot of things in the text actually. And there is a text that explains that the church was built around 650 in mud brick. And in this text, they explain that they modified the church to be built by the 750, something like that, in stone and lime.
It was not the contemporary stones, then mud brick?
No, it was mud brick and then stone.
Yeah, it's possible, but
it makes sense also to compare with the other Sasanian importation in Syria. I will try to show you.
Yeah, it makes sense, but from an archaeological point of view, the El Qusur building cannot be one phase, because an architect will need, even if you change the material of construction, you will not just put one wall against the other. You will link them, and here they are not linked, so it cannot be this case.
Yeah, in this case, this is only stone and then
but no, it cannot be at the same time, because you can link stones with mud bricks. You can build together, but here it's not. It's built against each other, so it's not the same.
So the
yeah, or they are just crazy, but I don't think so.
Thank you very much for both speakers who agree. On the poll tax, I'm not sure it's true that there's no poll tax initially. I think it's maybe sort of distortion introduced by later sources. Certainly the papyri talk about Diagraphon and Bismos being employed for monks in Egypt. So I'd be slightly wary of saying there's a point where monks are excluded. I push it more in terms of maybe the whole tax system more efficient in the Abbasid period. Maybe that makes more peripheral settlements more popular of this kind. The second question is about the China trade, or the Indian Ocean trade. And you talked about moments of religious persecution in China. I would maybe place the emphasis slightly differently more on Christian involvement in a mercantile uptake of the whole of the Abbasid world into the Indian Ocean. And there I think the evidence is a bit stronger for a longer prosperous involvement. So the Holland plates have cases of Christian signatures in Middle Persian of members of a trading association in Juvenile. And so that's dated to the late 60s. That maybe a case for pushing it a bit longer in terms of Christian involvement in a wider Indian Ocean prosperity. And the
Thank you. And in differentiating Sasanian and early Islamic stamp motifs, the thing I had in mind was the Arab Sasanian copper coinage, which extends after the BRELAUD to the middle Marwani, and that's still using devices like the semler, so things that seem stereotypically Sasanian. So my question is, I suppose, what do we mean by early Islamic? And I wonder if our notion of a Sasanian stamp motif could that extend into the whole of the 7th century?
Thank you. So for the last questions, when I say early Islamic or Sasanian pottery, it's of course not as the changing of dynasty will change the potters, because the people that make the ceramic are just the same. But I find these types interesting because so it's difficult to say when it's changed from one type to another, and probably it's progressive. But there is clearly more this kind of stems in the Sasanian site and on sites where you don't have early Islamic occupation. And there is this type on sites that are early Islamic but without Sasanian occupation. So there is clearly two distinctive types. And usually I don't like to date according to the style of the iconography of pottery, because it's, but also the fabrics are different. We don't know for now for the shape of the ceramics, because there is not so many complete examples, but the fabric is different. And so for the other questions, so for the tax, I suspect this kind of things about the fact that monasteries were exempted, because all the mention I find in papers were always, mentioning it as if it was clear for everybody, but without any references. So it's a point I have to check. And for the missionaries versus merchants, the problem is all these sites, we have no proof that they were used by merchants, because we have some Indian pottery on the Gulf monasteries, but on other sites also, not only on the monasteries, and it's just cooking pots. So, and we have no trace of real trade and exchanges. So this is why it's difficult for me to associate these sites with trade.
I suppose I think less in terms of individual merchants being involved in the site, but more the logistics of eating or equipping sites that are located on these islands. It's going to be much cheaper and much easier if people can fish and sea route running through that.
But why to go to Rousseau? Because it's very close to Bascova. So it's also strange because it doesn't seem to have, even if Feilaka is known as a place of use because of the trade, but for all the periods, we never have any trace of actual exchange on the island or stock for merchants. It's just something that is always said because it's an island on a very old roads since Antiquity, but concretely we don't have for the Bronze Age or for the Hellenistic period. And indeed, it's very close to other harbor. It could be very close. So I forget what I was.
Is there any direct evidence of these missionaries?
No.
I have a question for me and then for I was struck that the chronology of the abandonment of the monasteries are quite the same in Palestine. And I was asking for the reasons, because in Palestine we can't speak of missionaries for India. This is one question. And the second is the organization of these monasteries, because you showed and Piero already spoke about the chronology of the enclosure and the different buildings. So, if you continue the monasteries, the Palestinian Aula, because there are monasteries that in two parts. The part of the collective monastery is all the collective buildings, the church, the refectory, the collective dormitory, I don't know the word in English, and all the cells the outside, and the monks during their life at the beginning began in the collective monastery, and after they came to live around in their own cells all around. And I was asking if it is the same here organization, and also first I thought of the Kenya in Egypt, but it's quite different because I think the Kenya began with the cells, and in the course of the time they began to build collective buildings, such as the church or the bakery for the when they met once a week. So I had not really a question, but comparison that came in my mind, seeing that, and I was asking if there is something specific to this region or more generally, because monasteries are there isn't any unification at the beginning, in the 4th, 5th, and 6th century, and only single enclosure, your collective building. I was asking if you have some ideas about this comparison. After something to respond to the question.
Thank you very much for the question. That is not a question, but because I didn't take time to speak about it, but this is my theory that El Qusair and El Qusur are mixed monasteries, so semi-Cenobitic monasteries. And indeed, so it's very clear in Qusair. So you have the Cenobium here, which is enclosed by a wall and with probably the community building, conventual building, and all around the cells. And it's probably the same in Qusur. So you have the refectory and other conventual, probably other conventual buildings and the church, but we don't have enclosure. And if I'm not wrong, in the Levant, the mixed monasteries are always, the Cenobium is always enclosed. But so I don't know if we didn't find the enclosure or if it's another way. And it's also corresponds to the text, because the rules of Dadisho and other rules mention the fact that there is two types of monks, the monks from the cells and the monks from the Cenobium. So it could be this type of monasteries, but not in Kharg, because in Kharg it's mainly there is cells around the church. So it was interpreted as the monastery of Abraham of Kashgar rules. So also with the division, but in Kharg there is very few buildings outside of the enclosure. So maybe it's more like a Cenobium with some anachoretic buildings outside. But in Qusur and Qusair, it's clearly not the same type. And in Qusur, we may have here, you see these three buildings, it's more larger than other ones. And it's excavated by a Slovak team. And so we have some information, but not everything. And it's possible that because they have at least 4 phases, and it's possible that we have some cells that are regrouped in a later phase, and with maybe one chapel, but it's not very clear yet, so we have to wait the publication. So it could be more like the Kelia, but only these 3 buildings.
So all the monasteries don't have the same function. To explain and also the abandonment. So something that there isn't any difficulty.
Yeah.
But the explanation that we could find for all this situation.
I think indeed indeed the reason of abandonment cannot be just internal to the monastery. So maybe it's more like something we can find in a broader in the whole region, because it's always the same periods. So maybe we can discuss in the conclusion of why it's just slowly disappear, but it's very not exactly the same dates, but it's very contemporaneous.
So I wanted to respond to Françoise that asked us if there was something like a chakona. So I don't know anything with the same word, but if I would remember, in some churches you have a small corridor between the church and the pulpit in the center of the nave that is protected with some screens, and specifically in Constantinople and the Greek area. I don't have in mind all the examples, but if I don't make a mistake, I think in Corinth there is something like that, and maybe in Constantinople, I don't remember exactly, this St. John of Studios, I'm not sure. And in this region, it's called Solia. If you look at the publication of Mª, I think he has some about this vocabulary told about that. And also in northern Italy, you sometimes have a small corridor before the church. But I think in the first cathedral house, and I don't remember, but I should control because it's not systematic, and I don't remember if there is a point or not in Italy, for example. In Greece, I'm sure that it's really this because the project is in the center of the nave, and there is a small corridor with screens to protect the path between the shore and but there are not so many examples. And we had another question, but it's maybe private. The Mappa, I saw the mosaic has been damaged. Some figures of the lions and that they have been repaired. So that maybe it was a geometrical pavement, and the last part before the inscription, there are some living figures that have been damaged and then repaired. So in Palestine. So that we thought it was more limited to Palestine, but we told Mappa is more than Palestine. Yes,
it was one of my exceptions.
Okay. So it's not.
Yeah, that is good. I was not sure if you mentioned the case of Tapit. Maybe in Tapit, you have something that looks like a little bit of Carbona at the beginning of the Carbona, and you have also something that looks like this kind of structure with 11 colors. And I thank you because I didn't notice that there is 11 colors, and there is another beautiful thing with 11 colors in Jerusalem. I actually think about it, and nobody knows why this 11 colors.
Same question, not exactly, but the question of vocabulary. What we call Syrian Bema or Bema, the astonishing thing is that the word by itself is Greek, it's a perfect or kind of, and the astonishing thing is that there is no trace of Bema in the Greek text of this kind of building, and the word we have in Greek in some Greek statements, and I think of one which was recently published from Akerbat, north of Palmyra, and the word is chronos. Yes. And so,
thank you very much for your lecture, very interesting. A question for Julie. What kind of material has something noted. Is it pottery? Do you have pottery? Do you have a specific type of pottery who has this symbol? And could it be also tokens?
We have some for the early Islamic period. We have some profiles that are not always complete. So it's jars, mostly with a small neck. So, but for the so-called late Sasanian, it's difficult because there is some jars that are known, but it's a repetition of motif. It's like a band, and it's not just stamped. It's print, but it's a decoration. So it's not exactly the same. But we even don't know the function of the systems. If it's decorative, it's a watermark if it's mentioned. And so there is nothing to think it was used for, as you said, yeah. So, and I have.
Thank you. Just I want to say that the typology of churches in South Iraq, we have them in north of Iraq, Kurdistan is a digital church, but the material of construction is different. And we have also some study about the material courses from Syriac and Bazyan. We have some with the thickness also. We have some influence and similitude for material. Also, after our Protestant construction in the area of Hazan, we found some also some similitude between convents in south of Iraq.
And so for the stems, it's very strange because there is a lot in northern Iraq, very few in the central and southern part, and a lot in Kusul and some in the Gulf. So it's very strange. It's, yeah. So
north and south.
But there is a geographical gap.
There was some influence with Armenia, with another Mediterranean, and why not in the north?
But for the plan of the churches, I don't completely agree with, because we used to say all the churches are the same, mainly because of this area, and because it's divided, because it's always the same here. But for me, there's really a difference between pillars, walls, and columns, because here you can circulate, it can divide the space, for example, between women and men. But here you cannot, where you are here, you cannot attend what is going on in the sanctuary. So, and this type is only in the southern part, so it's not in the northern. So for me, maybe it's a subtype, but it's a specific type because it's not used the same. And but it's true that this type it's more common in the northern part.
And just for Françoise, we have another case with Tina. It's Shida, our Shida, and same like Bazyan, there's Tina and some of the church. Do you have a question? Yes.
And about the BEMA, I was wondering if, because there is this theory that BEMA will be only in parish churches and not in monastic churches. So I don't know what to think about this theory, because in all the southern building we don't have any BEMA, but in El-Hira, in one of them we have BEMA, and it's column churches. It's not with pillars also. So for me, it seems quite interesting because it fits what it's possible right now. Because it's not the same liturgy. So
this one?
Yeah, it's interpreted as a BEMA.
It's a BEMA.
And probably the second one of Hira has something sort of platform has not been straight.
at the wrong time.
Yeah.
So you feel there's no trace of Bema in all of the one, nothing that could look like a platform.
No, so my theory, but you will show a contrary example, is that monastic churches don't need the Bema. And so indeed this church in El-Hira, there is the hypothesis that there is a Bema, but it's just interpretation of the excavator, and it's an area that was not very well excavated, this area of the church. So for me, the collapse is more like pillar walls than columns. So this is why I put it in this category, but it's not.
And the one of the shift is it a pillar church?
So the pillars are just to support the cover. So it's very interesting because it's not exactly the same shape, but from a functional point of view, it's the same because there's one unique nave. And in their the north there, it's exactly the same plan. Just there is an apse in the sanctuary, but and there is, if I remember well, it's also a date from the late Sasanian period. So could be, you know, this kind of earlier churches that don't have a division inside the nave, but it's very hypothetical.
The church with China. I mean, what we know of the expansion of the church in China. At this period, I don't speak of Mongol period. Existed a lot of intermediary, Soviet intermediary. I mean, the going on of texts and so on. And the geography of the implantation of Christianity at this period is very much north and inland. What we know of China, for Christianity in China on the coast, is really Mongol period. So it doesn't seem that it would be very important of missionary movement to the Gulf. And what was very important to the Gulf was the link with India. And India didn't disappear in the 8th century. It went on till now. So for me, it's quite difficult to link a disappearance with the disappearance of link in the Gulf with China. Because, well, the church went on having to send the bishops and send people and links with China, with India.
Yeah, it's clear that the main route was
so this change with the disappearance of link with China wouldn't have been so massive, and links with India which were more massive, would go on.
Yeah, maybe I was not very clear, but I didn't link it really to abandonment. But it's interesting to notice that it's at the same time, and there is some, even if the main road was not the busy road, there is still mentions of monks coming by sea also to China. So, and for India, I didn't find a lot of information about it, so that's why I didn't mention it.
But India was a province of the Church of the East, so yeah.
But there is not so many documentation about. So
there
I didn't mention
layers of patriarchs.
Because I found more information about monks in China than monks in India, so it could be also Christian merchants. It's not very clear yet if it was both or.
But monks in China at this period, there is not so. Well, the big text is much later. And we have Islamic still in the Sasanian period, but afterwards with Timothy and so on, it's clear that India India is part of the church.
Yeah.
And China not.
We will have to go in case which are the article on the trade, the relationship in the hagiography between the monastery and the growing economy in the 17th century on this subject, because we can think also of layman community diaspora that need churches in this process. And I know that people work on the Syriac communities in India at this time. Recently, we have this copper place that's on mixed communities, Bazyans, Muslims, Jews, and Syrians. So.
Sí, ya estamos. Which one is it? Simon. Simon?
Oui, yes, I'm here. Ah, okay. Ah, you are not calling?
Which one is the PowerPoint?
The fourth one. And the fourth. Yeah, sorry.
Ciao Maria.
Salve Anna, come stai?
Insomma, così così.
Così così. Cominciamo adesso, parliamo dopo, ok?
Ok, ciao.
La Simon Pierre.
What is
To Sharik, I don't know.
No problem. Alors, Daline Nico, ça c'est bon. Maintenant, on va sur Zoom.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Simon.
Je sais plus qui parle à qui. Voilà, là ça a l'air de marcher. Et le truc vert, je sais pas, c'est le câble. Ça permet. C'est juste le câble.
Okay, continue the always reading the same session with the contribution of Narmin Ali as BRELAUD, that they will be speaking on northern Mesopotamian texts, also in the late Sasanian and Early Antiquity. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I will speak for both of us. And firstly, we would like to thank the organizers of this conference for their invitation. It is with great pleasure that we will follow up the reflection of this morning, and especially this time focusing on the northern regions of Mesopotamia, meaning northeastern region of Mesopotamia, since EEHAR-CSIC will also talk about Mesopotamia, when they were under the control of the Sasanian dynasty and then under the Umayyad and Abbasid rulership. So in the Sasanian era and during the Islamic Caliphate, the Christians of Mesopotamia did not share the religion of power, and this could have had consequences in terms of church buildings. Whether these Christians belong to the Church of Persia or Church of the East, or to the Miaphysite Syriac Church. It must be pointed out that the Church of Persia settled in the territories to the east of the Roman Empire, thus on the outskirts of the Christian world, firstly. Northern Mesopotamia was also a frontier region, a border region, in contact with the Roman Empire, notably near Tur-ad-Din, home of the Miaphysite Church. But from the Islamic period, this region became, on the contrary, central in the Islamic Caliphate's geography, and especially during the Abbasid period. So Finally, we focus here on the northern Mesopotamian region, while Julie BONNERIC has highlighted architectural trends for the south. So let's specify from the outset that such a north-south distinction was not the reflect of an antique administrative division. However, through the reading of the literary resources, one can observe trends specific to the region extended from Bet Garmai to Bet Arbaye that you can see here on this slide. So it will be necessary to see whether this trend that we can find in literary resources can also be measured archaeologically from the Christian remains that we will study today. So, are there any features to the northern Mesopotamian churches that can be identified among the oldest Christian archaeological remains for these regions? And moreover, can we specify the chronology of their construction, a typology, and eventually the identification of the religious community to which these buildings belonged? The dating of many of these buildings remains problematic and requires the use of literary resources to clarify or to have, let's say, the historical context. However, recent excavations and surveys, particularly in the autonomous province of Iraqi Kurdistan, have improved our knowledge of this region. So our paper aims above all to think about the characteristic of the churches of northern Sasanian Mesopotamia and the early Islamic period, and also during the early Islamic period. So we will first present the North Iraqi buildings identified as Christian for the oldest periods, late Sasanian, early Islamic. Then we will identify their regional characteristics and note possible influences. So, firstly, Narmin al-Yamin collected the testimonies of the Christian architecture of Kurdistan, all periods together. She noted some characteristics that can be drawn over the long term. On the whole, North Mesopotamian churches were modest buildings with simple architecture if one compares them with the building nearby in Torabdi, for example. Then, so the PhD thesis of Narmin will be soon published, as Françoise mentioned previously. With regard to the dating now of the oldest Christian buildings in the sphere of influence of the Church of the East, the issues and problems of the have been presented by Stephen Hauser more recently in 2 articles. There he showed how oldest testimonies are rare for several reasons. First, the numerous reconstructions, the important destructions since the Seljuk period, among other reasons. First, we know from literary resources that several buildings that still remain today were anciently founded, such as the one that are here on this slide. So we know from the literary resources that they were anciently founded, but the remains are more recent. Most of them, the oldest remain that we can date to the Atabeq period. So here is a non-comprehensive list. So they can be found in the plain of Nineveh or in the Kurdish mountains. So this is, in fact, a different scientific issue from that of the Christian sites in southern Mesopotamia and the Persian Gulf, where archaeological remains are numerous, let's say, but literary resources do not mention them. In the north, there are many indications of Christianity, but it is difficult to reach the oldest layers. But we have also to emphasize the fact that there has been a lack of archaeological investigation for a long time regarding building prior to the so-called Syriac Renaissance, so which is roughly the Atabeq period and then the Mongol period. Then Hauser has compiled a list of the earliest Christian buildings for late antiquity and the early Islamic period. It can now this list can be completed by for the north of Mesopotamia by more recent discoveries. This was example of monasteries that are still place used by Christians, known that they have been founded anciently, but the remains are recent, such as Raban Hormiz, Marmatai, Marbernam, which are important place for modern Christianity in northern Iraq. So about the oldest archaeological remains in the north, this is again not exhaustive list. We find Qasr Sirij in Sinjar in the east, and close to the Roman-Persian border, identified by Jean-Maurice Fier with the Syriac Orthodox monastery of St. Sergius. Françoise read the excerpt of the life of Ahudeme regarding this monastery. So this is the church that has been identified. The complex was not excavated. Der Zafaran in Beth Nuhadra, which is a different monastery than the one of near Mardin, known from the literary text. Musaifna in the north, which is now under the water of the Mosul lake, and Khirbet der Setun, which is not there on the slide. Bazyan in the east, between Kirkuk and Suleimani, and Takrit further south. I also added there the church of Be'er Dashir, which is sort of the southern limit of our study today. So most of these churches appear to be in monastic context. Two have not been excavated at all, Qasr Sirij and Der el-Zafaran. And there is, for the excavation topic, several issues regarding the dating. So first, okay, so here is the list of the oldest testimony, and we should add, as Narmin mentioned previously, these two new sites that has been identified recently, Qalat Chelat and Panikal. So there is first a pottery type with stamped motif that has been dated to the late Sasanian period and early Islamic period. It is definitely a Christian produced ceramic. Oh, la batera está algo. So this ceramic that Julie showed us previously is also well present in the north, and it is clearly a Christian one, since this Sasanian motif, iconographical motif of animal and of different signs are not always, but often associated with crosses. So our colleague Mustafa Ahmad is currently undertaking an exhaustive study of it. So the extent to which this production has some northern peculiarities has to be studied yet. But we found this sort of pottery in a lot of sites, and you have a list above. So yeah, mainly in the newer plain, but also inside in the mountains, such as the Bazyan or Der Setun. So this type of pottery was not always associated with the church, but there is no doubt that communities that expressed their Christianity so visibly, ostensibly, had buildings for worship. The ceramics, the other sort of ceramics found in the above mentioned building are quite common. Often qualified as late Sasanian, early Islamic, and it is not yet possible to establish a clear chronology. And moreover, the epigraphy is not always very helpful in dating these buildings, since the earliest Syriac inscriptions in Iraq are very late compared to what is found in Syria or KAZARYAN, so Western Mesopotamia, as Françoise showed us previously. So their churches and monasteries are mentioned as far as the 5th century. In Iraq, the earliest evidence comes from Tikrit or southern Mesopotamia, Hira, Ukhaydir, Ctesiphon, and also we have to add Hasake, as Françoise showed us previously. So these inscriptions date to the Abbasid period, maybe some from the Umayyad period. Most of them are ostraka, but we have some evidence in Tikrit of funerary or dedication inscription found in the vicinity of the churches in the citadel or the so-called Al-Kenisa church, so Al-Kenisa, sometimes written in scholar paper. So they have been published by Amir Harak. Here are some examples on different supports. So marble slab, for example, which mentioned the name of an abbot. Funerary stele on the right, mentioning also some local figure. More on the right, you have a tablitha, which is a plaque, a votive plaque used, possibly used for liturgical purpose. And on the left side of the slide, you have the bottom of a bowl mentioning the Erbil church, which is a rare example of pottery inscribed in Syria. So, yeah, to sum up, the epigraphic tradition is therefore rather later than the Abbasid period in northern Mesopotamia. So we have to rely on archaeology and excavation to have an idea of the chronology. So let's have an example with the church of Bazyan, excavated first by an Iraqi team in difficult condition in the 80s and 90s, and then more recently excavated by a French-Kurdish mission led by Narmin and Vincent Desroches from 2011 onwards. So the stratigraphy could not be precisely identified since the site has been cleared previously. Only, or at least two coins have been found, the one from the reign of Khosrow II, so early 7th century, but this is not a clear hint of datations since the coin could have been used for a long period. So the ceramic is roughly homogeneous, probably from the 8th, 9th century, but some later documents, artifacts could be dated from the 12th century, such as some crosses. As you can see on the slide, it is a fortified site. On the left, you have Bazyan, and you see that the layout of the compound is very similar to the one of Musayfna, which is located in the north of Mosul and which has been quickly excavated in the 70s and which is no more accessible. So the Musayfna is a little bit smaller than Bazyan, but it's roughly 45 meters square. 45 meter by 45 meter. Such fortified churches, like the one of Bet Ota, and monasteries also, such as the one of Bet Habe, could be found in the literary sources. So we have some mention of fortification, or let's say sometimes wall around the churches or the monastery. Richard Payne had brought this phenomenon closer to the mentions in the hagiography of saints buried inside fortresses, such as, for example, in the legend of the Acts of Carthage, the saint, this aristocratic saint, is buried in his own fortress, the fortress of Melki, or in the Acts of Matsaba Ushnast, buried in his fortress in Tadef. So in both cases, the martyr is buried in his aristocratic fort. So this might be an hagiographic topos, but this could also reveal a practice, a use of placing Christian shrines in aristocratic residences during early Islamic period. So the hagiography could, in fact, give an account to explain the presence of some important saint within a fortification. And because of its wall, Bazyan has been used as far as the 20th century for taxis purposes or posting station. You see that Bazyan is located on a mountain pass very close to a road, which is also interesting regarding our discussion of this morning of the place of monasteries, which could be isolated for the purpose of the monks, but which are never very far from important roads. So let's go to the characteristic of this site with a masonry, a stonework of roughly limestone rubble, which are often associated with the Sasanian period, but which in fact are a local sort of stonework, a local mortar, castle, and a local plaster, juice, were used for the walls. And this type of masonry is found also a little further west in a slightly more refined manner. For example, in the Torabdin, in the left, in this recently discovered church at Gola, you can see that the layer, I mean the stonework is more refined. So it is outside the influence, the sphere of influence of the Church of Persia. A more close sort of stonework would be the one of Hasake, eastern from Syria, which was probably at that time under the Sasanian control, and then let's say the area under the influence of the Church of the East. So very few bricks can be found there, only for some restoration work. So brick does not seem to be used in this region for ancient buildings, and it is only much southern that the church at Ksifon, Bashir, was built entirely of brick. So first, stone prevails there, and there is only Pasar Serij in Sinjar that seems to use ashlar stone for the faces in the style of the Roman or Byzantine architectures of the churches of the limestone massif or in Torabdin from the 5th century. So this church is very different from the other one. And we know the account of foundation, which linked it clearly to a Western foundation. Actually, the church of Musaifna might also use some ashlar stone. The closest parallel of this church in the Sasanian Empire is the baptistry built by the Bishop Vologeses in Nisibis, present-day Nusaybin. But this baptistry was built before the Sasanian control of the city. So what is striking is that the fact that such a Roman architecture and stonework known in the Sasanian Empire through Nisibis, this sort of architecture did not cause more imitations in the rest of Mesopotamia. So this is very isolated. And finally, the vaulting and double columns of Bazyan are more reminiscent of a regional architecture found, for example, in Hasake, in Mª Ángeles Church of Kirkuk, which is now destroyed, and which is, so it is not dated, but only through hagiography we know that this church has been founded in the 6th century, but we don't know the date of this building. So we observe some local construction techniques, although comparison with the masonry, the stonework of buildings of the same period in Turabin would be very useful and needed. Then the use and the function of Bazyan is still not clear, but several clues indicate that this could be a monastic church. So for the layout, the density of the occupation, a lot of rooms, room for storage. Also, in different places of the compound, there is a staircase indicating that there was floor, and probably on the church. It's still not very clear if there was a dome or a floor above the sanctuary. This sort of compound has been found more recently by a Hungarian team associated with the Salahuddin University of Erbil. So the team identifying the site as a khan, which is often the case there, but a cross has been also found. You see on the right side of the slide, the cross in the fashion of East Syrian cross with the two leaves from the bottom going up. But so the site hasn't been excavated completely. So I mean, an excavation on the eastern part would be helpful to see if a church is there. And finally, another compound important in this area is the Deir Zafaran monastery, identified through literary sources, but not yet excavated. So since I have not a lot of time right now, I will go very quickly on the other criteria of identification and, yeah, let's say local particularities of northern Mesopotamian churches. During the 20th century, scholars tended to identify churches regarding denominational criteria. So West Syrian versus East Syrian, Miaphysite versus Nestorian. Actually, this is on the other, yeah, it's the contrary on the slide. So let's note that liturgy is not helpful for us to distinguish these two sorts of churches. So we have to rely on archaeological criteria such as the layout of the churches. As you can see on this slide, the layout of the churches are less homogeneous than in the south, and the semicircular apse seems to be prevalent, but not in all the churches, as you can see in Takrit, for example. And in fact, Bazyan had a square sanctuary, and behind you have the tower of the fortress, which was used probably as a Beksarde, so a martyrium, a niche for the remains of the body of the saint. Then there is some absence of development that are striking in northern Mesopotamia, such as Bexlota, which are something that a development that appeared in Turabin from the 8th century, if I'm not wrong, and we don't find such development in the east, not before the 13th century. So these are two examples of bed slaughter. So an outside development for particular outside leadership. Then, so this is absence, but there is some peculiarities such as the crosses. I will not extend too much on that. So there is a recent study of Narmin and Al-Andalus about these crosses, where they found different chronology. And these same crosses has been found in Hasake, Bazyan, for the north, and mainly in the south, as shown by Julie. There is this interesting document, a mosaic, which is unique in Iraq, that has been found very eastern. So we are in Kurdistan. The Lake is between, let's say, Tigris and the Zagros mountain. But I will not extend on that since it's not sure if it was in the church, Lake. And so, but I mean, what is interesting is the use of Western technique, mosaic, but the fashion of the iconography is more Sasanian. Okay, and the painting wall has been found later, 13th century again. So the previous iconography was only crosses and this thing on and the stamped motif on pottery. I skip this part and I go to the Bema, the question that interests us this morning. So we found Bema both in Bazyan and Hasake in the north, but also in Takrit, and more recently in Qalat Shila, as you can see here, with a layout which is very close to the one of Bazyan and which support the hypothesis of Julie. You see some pillars and columns, they are in columns, square columns there. So yeah, the question is, as Bazyan has been identified as monastic church, this is an exception. We have a Bema here in a monastic church, and it is probably linked to a pilgrimage. Since there is this room and a layout which allow circumvallation around the sanctuary, so it's very easy for pilgrims to go as far as the Bet Sardeh. So both the Bet Sardeh, a Bema for the liturgy of the reading, and Jean Lassus has also linked the development of Bema to liturgy linked to the cult of the martyr. So the two elements might be linked. I mean, the pilgrimage for the veneration of important saints, and also the development, the presence of the Bema in those churches. So
Thank you.
So yeah, the question might be resolved thanks to the interpretation developed by Julie BONNERIC of monastic pilgrimage churches. It would thus be necessary to accept a more blurry boundary between parish and monastic churches. So, contrary to what we can understand from the monastic rules, who insist on the separation between ascetics and lay people, probably there is a possibility that in the fact this border was a little more blurred, and this might be also the impression we could have from the reading of the Kutub al-Diyarah. So you know this literary genre from the Islamic period, poetry Islamic genre, which associate the monasteries to place of pleasure with gardens and so on, place of pleasure. So the interesting fact is they insist on the contact between monks and laymen. So of course, this is full of topoi. This is a fantasized vision of the monasteries, but this could also have indicate an evolution of the rule of separation between monks and lay people, at least in some urban monasteries, and thus be the hint of the possible entry of lay people within monasteries. So I will not extend on the question of the typology by religious denomination. It is our conclusion. We conclude on the absence of clear elements to identify a church according to its denomination, contrary, for example, to what Hauser has proposed in 2019. So we support more the idea of the local or regional trends more than trends linked to the denomination of the church. Before concluding, a brief remark on the chronology of building and destruction in this area. So from a chronological point of view, the tendency in archaeology is to date the evidence of northern Mesopotamia rather from the beginning of the Islamic period. And it is the search for earlier remains from the Sasanian period that is more tricky. The question of the development of churches building in Islamic period from East Syrian literary sources will probably be detailed this afternoon by Philip Wood, but I just want to finish on some mention of destruction to have an idea of the chronology. Of course, we have mention of destruction during Sasanian persecution from the 4th, 5th, and 6th century. And the same phenomenon happened in Islamic period, but the mention are very rare. And in fact, after each destruction, there is a restoration. And this is only for the Umayyad and Abbasid period, and not to mention the destruction that happened also in the Mongol period during the late 13th century, which did not completely spare the Christians. But this second medieval period was also a period of reconstruction, as we saw in the beginning of this paper, and even the foundation of some church. So this is something to discuss about. So I shall conclude now. Archaeology obviously confirms an important Christianization of the north of the region during the Sasanian period, with a visible form of Christian worship and also visible material evidence, for example, with the pottery. One must admit that the first buildings do not really allow one to find an obvious architectural particularity for the north, which is characterized by several innovations, a certain diversity of the forms. Besides, it seems very difficult to apply the strict distinction between Christian communities on denomination basis. So this study must, of course, be carried on, taking advantage of the forthcoming archaeological excavation on some of the major buildings presented today, such as in Khanif and Khan, Kalachila, or Deir al-Zafaran, and also through making systematic comparisons with the buildings of the Mesopotamian south, but also with the buildings of the Roman East, so let's say Turkey. The archaeological excavation provides us with a valuable point of view to balance the testimony of the literary sources, almost exclusively drawn from the ecclesiastical circles. So this is a formidable chance to have a more balanced view of this movement of the building of churches in this area during both the Sasanian and the Islamic period. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, both of you. Now we move to Armen. Armen KAZARYAN, as I told you, the first day is not coming, but he's going to be his paper to phone system. I beg you to come back when Armen is finished.
Very much. Just a moment.
You have to share your screen.
Or can demonstrate it.
We can see it, Armen.
Yes. Well. Is it okay? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. And I'm starting. So, first of all, let me express my thanks to organizers for the invitation me to this important and interesting conference and with unusual topic. Since the most ancient times, Armenia had been a field of clash of interests of world powers. In the epoch of Christianization, how can I returning? We don't want to return.
You know how to fix it. There, you have to turn.
So, just a moment. Yes, it's good. I hope it is not in automatical regime. So, in the epoch of Christianization, it was a subject of concentration of the Sasanian and Roman empires. Arabs were the first conquerors of Armenia in the epoch when Armenians were completely Christian people. And Arabs were the first in the role of Islamic conquerors of the country. That fact created a conflict situation and for sure had an influence at the development of Armenian architecture, which was architecture of the Christian people. And most part of monumental architectural buildings are just the churches, not palaces or others. In parallel, Arabic architecture in Armenia slowly developed. It is obvious from excavations in Dvin, the capital of Armenia, which was also an administrative center of the province of Armenia under Arabs, and included this Armenia included also Eastern Georgia and Caucasian Albania. Three periods of development of Armenian architecture can be distinguished from the mid-7th till the mid-10th centuries. In the military and political dominance of Arabs. The first 50 years of the Arabic conquest of Armenia limited the geographic frames of the ecclesiastic buildings, but I cannot understand how stop this automatical. The geographic frames of the ecclesiastic buildings, but failed to stop the progressive development of Armenian architecture. That achieved its highest development on the middle and the second half of the 7th century. It was a time of the highest flourishing of the early Christian architecture of Armenia, when such vault masterpieces as Zvartnots, Cathedral of Aruch and Tallinn, and others were created. The first period, it was no Arabic architectural influence at all, because that it had not been already shaped. At the same time, the architectural tradition of the Sasanians ceased to play any role of the development of Armenian architecture. Here you look the main plans of Armenian churches of the middle and the second part of the 7th century. And this one huge rotunda is Zvartnots, and Tallinn Cathedral mentioned by me, and Aruch Cathedral, and many others smaller. The second part of the second volume of my monograph includes the study of the architectural ideas of Armenian Catholicos nurses, the builder. Oh, I'm sorry, can you tell me how I can stop the automatical regime?
I don't know how to help you. Maybe you have to stop the PowerPoint and start again, but I don't know. Go on.
Well, thank you. So includes the study of the architectural ideas of Armenian Catholicos nurses, the builders, 641-661, whose accession to the position of Patriarch concurred with the first raid of Arabs and the restoration of the destroyed Dvin, the capital. All the churches created by nurses were unusual just at the level of the iconography of their architecture, not mentioning of the innovative system of their decoration. The most solemn of and famous edifice by Nerses the builder was the Church of Zvartnots, large 3-storied rotunda with tetraconch in the core of plan, has been not only the result of the development of Armenian architectural tradition, but also an outstanding example of the perception of Byzantine ideas and first of all, the structures of the details of the 6th century Justinian cathedrals. Early Byzantine churches, martyria and baptisteries of Constantinople, Jerusalem, Ephesus should be impressed of the Armenian patrons and architects. The iconography of architecture of Zvartnots devoted to heavenly wakeful forces was directly connected to the ideas of the epoch, particularly to the ideas of Catholicos Narses on the image of heavenly Jerusalem intertwined with specific features of the Rotunda of Resurrection or Anastasis on the Holy Land. From the both sides of both sides of the circular walls of Zvartnots was decorated with blind arcades. There was a broad ornamental frieze with the theme of heavenly paradise over the arcades. The theme of arcade was widespread in Armenian monuments of the last third of the 7th century. On the other hand, Armenia was the place of highest development of the features of classical antiquity, such as the stepped podiums, portals, windows, niches, blind arcade decoration. As Zvartnots, most part of original plans and of the churches of the second half of the 7th century were combined any important local architectural ideas with the late antique or early Byzantine. That in the cathedrals of Dvin and Tallinn, large triconch as in the Bethlehem Church of Nativity, met with the local 4 pillars cross-domed church structure. In the cathedral of Aruch, Byzantine domed hall developed with cross-domed idea, and even 6 and 8 foil late antique plan realized in Armenia with featured with faceted exedras and deep niches and arcade decoration. Most part of these churches has been built in maintenance provinces, not in the cities of the Ararat Valley. The Zvartnots was the last church, last large structure built in Ararat Valley, where Arabs settled and where Armenian Catholicos and nobility have a discomfort. Moreover, in 660s and 680s, the prime princes of Armenia has wide autonomy in their territories, close to the independence. They have interesting policy between Arabs and Byzantine emperors. Tightening the Arabic yoke at the age of the 7th and 8th centuries put an end to the 4 centuries of development of the early Christian and late classical Armenian architecture. At the same time, the long presence of Arabs in Armenia historically connected that period to the restoration of the ecclesiastic buildings at the edge of 9th and 10th century. And the stable preservation of the some churches of Arabs settled in Armenia and Dvin in especially gives a chance to consider their presence on the Armenian highlands in the Bagratuni epoch, from the second half of the 10th to the first half of the 11th century. For the early 8th century to the second half of the 9th century, more than 150 years. Almost complete cessation of ecclesiastic building. Such conclusion has every scholar's known Armenian architecture. Even that ones who has mentioned its constructive works of some churches in that period. It was the period of anti-Arab rebellions and following repressions of Armenian nobility, only features of Armenian constructions. The next epoch, from the mid-9th century to the mid-10th century, the beginning of the Bagratid epoch. It was the period of revival of church architecture related with the awakening of Abbasid Caliphate and the formation of autonomy of Armenian principalities. Times of the wars of independence. Famous Armenian epic David of Sassoon formatted between 8th and 12th centuries. Most part of the church plans were replaced from the 7th century architecture. Largest cathedral has been built by Sambat the first Bagratuni in Yerazgavors or Shirakavan in 890, 814. During this time, Armenian Catholicos Hovannes of Drashanakert changed his residence from Dvin, where it was officially still the 5th century, to Burakan, Yerazgavors, in the domain of Bagratuni, and then to Akhtamar in the center of Gagik Artsruni. Also, by the forms of earlier churches, has been erected several middle and small churches in the mountain region and especially in the coasts of Sevan Lake. Most part of these churches are very strong in stylistic articulation, and the ornamentation has been repeated from the early Christian models. And also this kind of large church like Shirakavan has an ornamentation very very strong and repeated the 7th century ornaments. Besides some of them, for example, this one in Shirakavan, which has a very oriental carpet-like ornament, which maybe comes from maybe from Arabic culture or Sasanian Iran culture. It must be to study. But also it was the period of the revival of architectural innovations and also of the combinatorics of known plans and shapes. An impressive church of the late 9th and early 10th century in, no, I'm sorry, another impressive construction in Syriac was the church of the village of Ogozlu. Its plan combines the trifolium with the huge western pylons created by the method of the domed hall plan. The eastern part and the typical of the Bagratid period stylistic, the vertical development of the underdome pillars. And here in Oguzlu, we can look a new kind of ornamentation, which partly repeated previous models, Armenian models, and partly unusual motifs coming from the Islamic world, I think. And here another one above the niche ornament, and for compare, I wish to show the one which from Shirakawa. An impressive church of the 9th and early 10th century is Pogos Petros in Tatev Monastery. The cross-domed structure on only one pair of freestanding square columns situated in the eastern part of the space. Most part of the details are very strong, but in some of them we can look motifs which are unusual for Armenian architecture, and maybe there are Eastern interpretations of the even ancient ornaments, like in this. So, and two photos from the Burakan church, where traditional Armenian arcade decoration interpreted like the robe on the altar part of the church. Maybe more ascetic, yes.
We have 5 minutes.
Only 5. Well, well, well. And the last period of this epoch, between the 930 and 950, the period of the Abbas king of Kars, were created several churches which repeated previous models, but in very simple ornamentation, and also with we can see the primitive ornamentation and reliefs. It is the cathedral in Kars, first of all, repeated Mastara church, tetracons. The Domit Hall in Hormos Monastery, which was the necropolis of Bagratid kings, with no any reflections of Arabic time culture, with very simple decoration. And the six-foil church of the fortress in Ani, for example, which is also very ascetic and very strong, besides some details. And of course, between that churches of the king of Abbas and the previous period of the very early 10th century, we have another church, the master price of Akhtamar, Church of Holy Cross in the island of Akhtamar in Van Lake. I will try to make more. So, there are some opinions of the scholars about some Arabic reflections in the sculptural decoration of this church. Even most part of others reject these opinions and made and choose the origin of this ornamentations and decoration from the 7th century Armenian churches. At the numerous attempts to find out the sources of their creativity, they seem not to take into account a fact which dominated over the iconography of architecture and a program of reliefs. It was a fact of understanding a special cult building as a device with sculptural scans, the concept of which existed as early as in classical antiquity and was not restored before the construction of Akhtamar. We may remind also the mausoleum of Halicarnassus, Arab passage in Rome, and Roman triumphal columns with high sockles covered with bas reliefs, as well as triumphal arches. There we find a combination of figures and stands made in various scales and inclusion of bustes in cartouches. Much there is similar to principles of implementation of the reliefs of Surp-Hajj. All those monuments were created for the glorification of Chertine rules, and the church of Akhtamar had the same underlying message superposed on the ideas of the triumph of Christianity, reflected also in the consecration of the church. We can speak about the historical restoration of the iconography of the temporary forgotten edifice, which processed both memorial and cult significance of equal measure. Such image is independent on the confession milieu. Theoretically, it is movable. And so, but to make such translation, which means the realization and a forgotten concept of the new place, at the new place, they had to get conditions, the most important possibility to accept classical ideas. So, and maybe it is strange, but the Islamic and mostly Iranian influence in Armenian architecture will articulate it later, after the Arabic invention, during the period of independent Bagratid kingdom, Ani kingdom, in the late 10th century and more later in 12th, 13th centuries, which we can look in some Armenian monuments. Thank you very much. Sorry if it is 32 minutes.
Sorry. Hurry you up. Stay there because we go now to discussion and maybe there are questions for you. Okay? Don't move. Simon, if you want to stay there, up to you. Simon.
Yes.
I have a question for KAZARYAN. Do you hear me? Armen, can you hear me?
Armen, can you hear?
Yes, Mary. Yes.
Can you hear the question? Okay, do it now.
My question is, do we know whether the churches you showed us are new in the meaning there were no church before them? For example, the church from the 7th or from the 9th century, or were there ancient churches that were maybe too old or in a bad state and that were made anew in the 7th or 9th century? Because I was wondering that because the Christianization of Armenia is also.
I'm sorry, this too bad.
I translate.
Yes.
I translate. Matilde Gaudier is asking, since Christianity in Armenia is earlier, if you have found any traces of previous churches to those built in the 7th century. understand me, Armen?
No, no, sorry. I don't understand because half of words I cannot hear. I don't know. How
Okay,
can
so I write it to you the question in the chat, okay?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Maybe you can add on the same side. The question is whether there are churches on the same side.
I do my best. No, it's you see it now?
I don't look the question. Chat. There aren't any questions in the chat. In my.
Sorry.
Huh?
Sorry, you are right. I am,
Yes.
but I am writing to you. I know you are.
Maybe you must put the enter after that.
Sorry. My God.
Are there any earlier cases in that church? Or is it a single phase church? And I found it very strange. The building is not in the right position. Here there is a straight wall in front of the axial. I was wondering what's going on.
We have a problematic for
Are there churches? Those dating to the 7th century that you? Yes, of course.
Of course.
There are a lot of churches from the preserved. There are from the end of the 5th century. We have also several documentation of the construction of the churches in the 4th century also, but the preserved are from 5th century, and the basilicas, huge basilicas of Yereruik and Kasach are dated of early 6th century. And from the late 6th century, it was the flourishing of the Armenian architecture. We know dozens of monuments like the church in Avan, Bagaran, and some others. And when Arabs comes in Armenia, Armenian architecture was in its highest level.
You understand, Matilda? One second, we finish first. Matilda? But I think the answer is at the end, no, that there are new foundations. I think so. But
Elif has another question about Bazyan.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I wanted to ask if there were different.
And the one. Oh.
Is it a single phase? Have you discovered different phases in the church?
So do you mean different phases only for the church or the whole compound, the whole complex?
The church, the plan shows.
So about the stratigraphy, we do not have any stratigraphy within the church, but the wall, for the walls, it seems to be one phase regarding the church, but the complex, you have different phases. So
have you another question, or it is a discussion? I don't know. Only some words come.
Sorry?
Maybe someone can at your place so that Armen can
So, Bazyan, the shapes.
Yeah, so we are answering the question of the layout of the plan of Bazyan, of the church of Bazyan. So the idea is there was probably a first phase, which was let's say, an aristocratic residency without the church, and then the church has been added, and with a phase, let's say, third phases, very close to the building of the church, you have this wall building all around the compound. But it seems that the layout of the church itself is original, like the first one. So what did you find strange in this?
I found it strange location.
Okay, we can show it again. Yeah, because maybe it was not very clear. The configuration, just yeah. So if you the sanctuary is there, and the two rooms are there, the annexes. So this is behind the sanctuary. So if you look at that, the Strepona, Castroma, and Bema are in the center of the church. And you have 4 pillars around, so it's sort of yeah, it's not, yeah.
But we don't show there is some fragment with the brick, its original size, and the problem of Bazyan is being excavated in Sortage, because they wanted to build some roads, double road between Sasanian and Berkeley, and they damaged the site itself. And in the situation of the 90s, in the world of documentation, always been disparate or not lucid. But I go to the museum of Baghdad in the party of Archive, and we don't have some result exactly for that. Sometimes it's difficult to situation where when someone excavates before you or after, and they make restoration also for the site. But it's an important case of monastic building in this area, and in the context between German, Actual, and Shahrazud, and this area is very important in the ecclesiastic source and population, Christian person lives there. And sure, we will continue to work in Bazyan, but with coronavirus and with the conditions political, and always make our team better late, but we hope to continue work and restore and conserve this building.
There was also maybe the question of orientation. Like I didn't put the north there, so it might be not very clear. It's early Islamic regarding the artifacts. And so, but across in Narmin, you date one cross, maybe one of the crosses might be later, so from 20th century. But most of the building is probably early Islamic or maybe late Sasanian. So that's all of the problem in the same spot.
I forget this. We have problem also for Bazyan and historical. We don't have historical text to mention Bazyan, but it's Asian localization of Abitu in Syrian period, and there's some store and walk through this area where the natural Taliban go to conquest in the north Mesopotamia for Nubian population in this area, North Mesopotamia. And we have to also work to do and make research and to take more things. And it goes to Mesopotamia. For future, we will continue to work.
Okay, so mine is not a question, but it's a general consideration. So one of the main problems that I've seen that was raised in many of the papers is actually difficulty with chronologies, precise chronologies in churches, which is a crucial point, I think. And what I've seen widely is okay, we start from inscription, iconography, and if they don't work well, how actually we have to turn to archaeology. But I mean, I'm an archaeologist, you might be the of it, but I would say that we should overturn this approach because if we want precise chronology, we have to rely first on archaeology, which sometimes is the only way to have precise chronology. Otherwise, and I mean, when I speak about archaeology, I'm speaking about field archaeology, not just comparing data of the churches. Because otherwise, if we do not have precise chronology, the risk is that we build up historical models that are based on, I wouldn't say nothing, but on a literary plan. It's like general.
To me, that if we have a first orientation could be better, then apply to an absolute.
No, I mean, the point is that one of the main problems that we raise now in this area, I hope that it's open in my observation, that it's difficult to have a precise chronology for the building. So, I believe we should base our considerations more on field archaeology, but archaeology, no? I believe we should go beyond just comparing older plans. That doesn't have not. Otherwise, the risk is to have historical models that are based on chronology that are not
So I have a question that maybe you answer. I think we would be very happy to have particular archaeology, but most of the excavation is very old excavation, and because excavation, we have no more this information. So this is why it is strange to have this presentation without any stratigraphy, but information. So except for Bazyan, and some, and even this site itself, I don't know it, but just for instance, imagine that it's also chronology, it's just 40 centimeters, and everything is built on the, so, and here it's risk distribution, so it was described before for the sense, so, but of course, we need more new exposition, but it's also areas for Iraq.
I mean, I just give you an answer. I know how much it is what we sell at what we say, problems. But the point, I mean, my question wasn't raised just to you, it was a general consideration. But so to answer to you is why work just on all the sites that have already been excavated, but don't work on new sites for potential.
We open new sites, but just take time. No, I say for instance, and to show on the way, and there is no excavation program, but so many, and
yeah, you're right. Bazyan was already surveyed, but the team had some hope to find some an extra layer. But and also it was important to understand the compound other development outside the compound. So there was a part untouched in the southern, but we did that in 2016, so it's still ongoing. We hope to go back and continue the work on places that haven't been excavated previously. So, and that's why we had to use different approach of both archaeological and also to link it with what we found in literary resources for the moment, and hoping that we could rely more on archaeology.
But also, I think we will consider this other excavation because we have new data. So it's also why maybe we come back to this other excavation because now we have.
I'm not saying that we
Yes. Sorry.
We can't hear you. I think the mic is not on.
No.
It is? Okay.
Maybe about Vescola, I didn't mention it, but in the church of Armen and Kusu, the archaeologists identified Vescola south to the southern wall, in the corner with causing the two caves and Annexes. And so there is a platform in Kusu with a cross. And in ancient areas, there is also the south, an area that is paved. So it was not this corner, precisely was not excavated, but the southern part is paved, so maybe also. And about the Sasanian stand, related to Christian production, only on the base of the process or.
Yeah, so you have some which are without a process. So it means that the production, this is a local production for pagan, Zoroastrian, anyone living in the country. But you have also some which are more visibly Christian. So you can say that, there's also the possibility that the cross is a common symbol, but this seems to be clearly Christian in the sense that it appears in only certain regions. You don't find such sense in the non-Christian or any places without Christian.
Thank you very much for your presentation because it's very interesting to see something I think that I am always learning my colleague Gabriel about the problems that she faced out that that there were in the excavation and so on. But I think that's where the answer in your presentation because you showed well, you spoke about, for example, the techniques, techniques, arches, and so on. So I think that's the approach of buildings archaeology. Foster this type of approach on this type of buildings without doing archaeological excavation that it's very difficult. I think that you can find something more. For example, I saw some architectural features that are very, very, very interesting. First of all, there are some similarities, for example, in the pillars that you showed, the double pillars. For example, in Armen, we have not double pillars, but the building techniques is similar and similar. So, for example, in these churches, there are the funicular arches that are the elements that must start more. And then we spoke about mortars. We can make mortars. We can make bricks, for example. So it's possible to do this and try to arrive also to absolute chronology. And it's something that you can do in 1 or 2 weeks on the field, no more. So, for example, it will be very interesting to see if there is gypsum mortars there or lime mortars, the difference. And for the bricks, for example, you spoke about, for example, that the building techniques are completely in the stones and there are only some bricks. So also this is interesting because we can achieve that there are some specific ateliers that work only stones. So we have all of the materials to go at these type of discussions.
Yes, yes, I agree with you. Thank you. But for the period late Sasanian and Islamic, we have this is example. But for the Greek, we have in the Palestinian and the Muslim plain of Nia, we have some typical church built in Greek. We have decoration. We have another element for datation, and sometimes we don't have inscription or something. What is the more important problem for datation of the church? What I study in Kurdistan, we don't have the depth of foundation, and the builder of the is problematic. Sometimes we have some inscription, but it's inscription for restoration or some edit of building. And in the text historical, we don't have in the Arab source Islamic and just the nation, this Bishop Omar built the church, but we don't know which area. Just we must make interpretation which century or exactly. And we try to use it all the material what we have, iconography of the process and material construction and typology of Greece, typology of Greece and the churches and type of colonnade and wood and all this we try to have elements for comparison and have some idea of datation and occupation of the building. And just for and then speak on them when you don't have documentation history. But for Bazyan, just we have this summation in the summation and sources recalled by James Clotridge when he went to Slemania in the 8th century. He said that some reminds of some buildings like Sasanian like House Kuru, it's near Hanafi, it's another road administrative famous building in Hanafi, near Hanafi. And Bakr is Iraqi archaeology famous archaeology. We mentioned this area, and this building Bazyan used it as Khan and as police, post-police control in this area. And we know what is the problematic when somebody will old but use it and reuse it and change the functionality of the building and how much we can modify it and with the time, with the weather, with problem politics or war, how much the thing being modified. We don't forget what happened in Iraq and Syria, destruction of patrimony and heritage, how much is being damaged. And this area always is unstable area, political and very well.
And also on the total grounds, ornamentation. I think in the case of Al-Hasak, which had this result, it indicated like this Sasanian idea, but the border is very clearly known, and the border is east of this place because it goes from east of Carpathia, which is obviously a Roman city, and east of the Khabur, that is for sure, by Moksin, it's a place in the desert, Moksin, it's the two Christian borders, and then so the border is very known, and Al-Hasak is in the Roman place. So if we are in the case of the 7th or 8th century building, we are in the case of the Sasanian inspiration in the architecture. It's my guess.
And this is true because the conflict between Roman and Sasanian Empire in this area always Mesopotamian Andara was the frontier and the Torah. And I studied several years in Torah also for have some typology influence of this church in the area dominated by Roman not Sasanian, and this is helped me for have some ideas on different typology and material construction. And we see the domination political influence of the how the church was building, also that the community Christian what they have, they depended on Rome or they are dependent on the Berkeley is depend is very responsible and important for have some identity of the church also, and the leadership and the career. So we are polite, but we have to. Sorry, we have to go for now. The land is at the place where we had the coffee. Okay. So 50 minutes maybe.
Maria, everything is finished?
I'm waiting for you.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much. Sorry, I don't hear the discussion in the hall.
I know, I'm sorry. We try to manage. Okay?
Well,
See you there.
well, see you.
Hola.
Vediamo un attimo se va.
Ok, perfetto. Grazie, Matteo. As I told, academic research has tended also to separate those territories and their two corresponding material cultures, which are, in my opinion, narrowly linked to each other, being in fact the two sides of the same process. In other words, to understand churches in Christian territories, those in the Islamic one have also to be approached, and the other way around. Historiography. Okay, now let me put this. Historiography on early medieval Hispanic churches brings us always back to the early 20th century, when the art historian Gómez Moreno published his monumental work entitled Iglesias Mozárabes, a monography that established two chronological and geographical phases for almost 40 Hispanic churches, known since then as Mozarabic. During the earliest one phase, dating to 832-930, some churches would have been built in the territory of Al-Andalus, although according to Gómez Moreno, the late Muslim prohibition on building Christian temples would have made it impossible their preservation, with only two exceptions, the churches of Melke and the rock-cut site of Bobastrom, both of them actually thought to be erected within very outstanding circumstances. During the second phase, always after Gómez Moreno, Christians coming from Al-Andalus would have been built a larger group of churches preserved at the northern plateau, mainly dated to the late 9th century and early 10th centuries, and featured by the use of common elements. Both groups, north and south, to be so simple said, were thus unified by its Christian use, although due to two different political and social contexts. By rejecting both the possibility that monasteries and Christian dioceses would have survived in Al-Andalus, and by denying also that Christians were capable of building under the Muslim authority according to some few and scattered written references, Gómez Moreno stated this way that churches were impossible to be built in Al-Andalus. As it has been currently shown by García San Juan, prohibitive, restrictive, and demolitionist premises on the construction of non-Muslim temples based on different traditions within the legal Islamic doctrine can be actually traced. After always García San Juan, archaeologists have made, however, a partial and superficial use of those documents, which at the end have determined the understanding of Christian architectural evidences in the Iberian Peninsula, being until recent the restrictive premise or view the dominant one. Only the chronological review of the mentioned Visigothic architecture has tried to show that there was not a unique position by the Muslim authorities at the whole territory during the 8th and 10th centuries, which opens the possibility of finding churches in Al-Andalus built under different circumstances, not only under exceptional ones. Finally, since then, a Mozarabic style has been consolidated in relationship with a real identification of a Mozarabic community, this one understood as a unified entity evolving similarly in different areas, simple because of its common Christian faith. Fortunately, recent works based on the analysis of written documents, but mainly on analysis building evidences all throughout the Iberian Peninsula, start to modify this unitary vision and the right to interrogate the presence of a unique Christian building action and of a single and homogeneous Muslim relationship with the previous Christian architectural heritage. Bearing this background in mind, it is my aim today to highlight how modern archaeology methodology applied both to analyze below ground sites and architectural standing remains have made it possible to update Gómez Moreno's catalog and explanation by uncovering new constructions, by solving some questions, and by bringing up many others. In the northern group, dated to late 9th and early 10th century, has been enlarged by the addition of some churches traditionally thought to be Visigothic and therefore dated to the second half of the 7th century. Neo-archaeological analysis of these places, all excavated and typological feature enable dating some of the churches to the late 9th century and early 10th one. This 9th century is a period also occupied by those churches built in the most northern area of Asturian region, a group which has been, however, unsurprisingly left apart from the Mozarabic group and understood as an independent one. The geographical and chronological map is, however, still quite incomplete in Al-Andalus. Archaeological excavations and analysis of the standing temples of Santa María de Melque, San Pedro de la Mata, and Santa Lucía del Trampal in the figure date these monastic complexes to the late 8th century, being thereby a new group of earlier constructions which could be included thus in the early phase identified by Gómez Moreno, not materially attested by him because of the prevailing prohibited explanation. These churches show besides by the first time that the presence of a church does not mean that their territory has been Christianized, but that a Christian community exists there and they were capable of projecting and using these buildings. A second church found out at the same time of Bastro, with a basilical plan identical to that one traditionally known, and a group of rock-cut caves located at the provinces of Malaga and Jaén, and discussed later on, complete the list of novelties in Al-Andalus. Sculptural and liturgical materials, later on explained by Villa del Castillo in the same conference, and Christian tombs with epigraphs dating to between mid-9th century and up to 1010 must be considered as part of the Christian material culture in Al-Andalus. Despite of these important novelties, it is fair to highlight, however, that our corpus of material evidence is still reduced if it is compared with those mentioned at the written accounts. If we put together those northern churches of Gómez Moreno, along with the Asturian ones and those formerly thought to be Visigothic, we might count no more than 50 early medieval churches in northern Christian territory. On the contrary, after their survey undertaken by the medieval historian García de Cortázar, we know that almost 1,100 monasteries and obviously their churches were built in that area over 3 centuries, from 711 until 1025. These complexes were not always, obviously, neither monumental nor big from material, human, or property perspective, fact which must be also underscored since we mainly preserve some of those monumental ones and our view of this architecture can be thereby distorted. On the other hand, those buildings cited in Al-Andalus are almost unknown in the written records. The latter primarily focus on Córdoba and its immediate surroundings in the mid-9th century. Following with the archaeology makes it possible to analyze this material corpus, to use it to identify different processes and to interrogate that commonly affecting the conversion of previous churches. The process of conversion of early churches into mosques can be analyzed in 2 directions. Firstly, by approaching those churches likely converted into mosques, and secondly, by reviewing those mosques, namely the earliest ones apparently built upon churches. Iberian material evidences show not clearly either any church converted into a mosque or broken apart to be used contemporarily partially as a church and as a mosque. Facts shown, among other samples, by El Gatillo, Casa Herrera, Puebla Nueva, and Montiño das Laranjeiras in Portugal. In the Church of El Gatillo, for instance, built originally around 500, a small niche introduced in the southeastern corner of the baptistry was thought to be a mihrab, but this hypothesis was later rejected by the later revision of the archaeological works which concludes that this is only the support of a baptismal font later added. The Basilica of Casa in the province of Badajoz was built as well circa 500 and was in continuous use until the early 8th century. The 90s excavations found a space attached to the southern door, almost a square in plan with rounded corners. It was also thought to be the niche of a later mosque, but no further reasons apart from its plan may be argued. However, a later study defended that the inscriptions engraved in the shafts of the northern columns of the hall corresponds to the use of the church as a jail in the 9th and 10th century, when the original building was almost ruined. Finally, the last example is Syriac in the province of Toledo. Built in the late 4th century, Las Vegas was supposed to be converted first into a church by the addition of 2 walls forming a new sanctuary and later on into a mosque, being the mihrab, the southern structure. There are doubts not only about the transformation of the building, a Roman mausoleum, into a church, since it could have been originally also martyrium, being the sanctuary continuous to the mausoleum, and about the conversion into a mosque, since there are no other elements confirming this idea. And the other way around, none of the earliest mosques hitherto known are built upon churches previously destroyed or abandoned. The Mosque of Zaragoza, Madinat Alvira, those almost among the earliest one, probably built circa 730, although their forms are unfortunately unknown. Only recent excavations on the site of the cathedral in Zaragoza show that the mosque was built on an empty space close to the former pagan temple of the Roman Forum, breaking the alignment of the latter and of the immediate Roman streets. The former mosque of Santa Clara in the center of Córdoba is another example of the same process. The remains found in the site have been thought to be a late 6th century church by some researchers and a housing complex by others. Ecclesiastic or domestic, this building was already ruined when the mosque was built, so there was not any intention of rebuilding or reusing the ruins and probably not even visible spaces. But it is the main mosque of Córdoba, we spoke yesterday about this, built in the 8th by the Emir Abderrahman I, the most famous example regarding transformation of a late antique church into a mosque, namely that of San Vicente referred in the late written documents. The excavations carried out by Félix Hernández in the 30s did not find any trace of a church, but the remains of a structure with 3 naves, not oriented under a target, and of a semicircular wall with projecting walls under the whole. The plan of the building in the courtyard seems to correspond to a civil or industrial building, while that one in the hall could be a residential complex. Evidence seems that to demonstrate that early Muslims chose to build separate constructions for their mosque rather than taking over and adapting previous churches. Although there might be some examples of churches transformed into mosques, this does not seem to be the general rule. Another process that shows the archaeology is the process of discontinuity and continuity of Christian use affecting the previous churches. Both phenomena undermine, from my point of view, the image of an homogeneous Christian building action over the 8th and 10th centuries and the existence of an only transformation model, both from late antique period to the early medieval one, and also from the latter to the late medieval age. Following are the words of artisans, a church can be considered Mozarabic as it has been used by Christian people living in Al-Andalus, regardless of its construction in the 6th, the 7th, or 8th century onwards. Not only those foundations from 711 onwards, but also those previously erected and later on used should be then ascribed to the architectural Christian activity. Although material evidences are scarce, they show that the Islamic conquest did not mean the immediate destroy or abandonment of Christian buildings, but some of them survived and were only later abandoned. The survival of Christian temples had to be true, especially in the early moments when Christians still formed the largest portion of the population. These are the examples of the above-mentioned Church of El Gatillo, built, as I told before, in the early 6th century and modified several times over the 8th century before its transformation into an Islamic house and later abandonment. And that of Santa Eulalia de Mérida, built in the 5th century and still in use in the first half of the 9th century. The latter example is specifically relevant since the recent analysis of Villa del Castillo demonstrates how some of their sculptural elements were transported from Mérida to Córdoba and reused here at the main mosque once the basilica was dismantled in the 9th century. On the contrary, other examples were later occupied in the emirate, but lost their cultural function. The Basilica of Tolminateda in the province of Albacete was occupied by Muslim houses in the 8th century and later abandoned in the 9th one. Similarly, in the early 7th church of Algeciras in the province of Murcia, pottery finds demonstrate a Muslim presence in the second half of the 9th century and the first half of the 10th one, although it is here impossible to further specify its type of use considering the data. Actually, this last site shows very well how ancient archaeology concentrated on revealing the plan of the church frequently damaged the later Islamic and also Christian use of late antique churches, making more difficult to obtain an interpretation nowadays. The last process I would like to speak is about the new foundations of churches. We don't seem to keep either in use previous temples. Both in north and in the south, new churches are erected in places not previously occupied by late antique buildings. Better say, by late antique churches. Although in some of them, previous construction have been recorded, they were neither churches nor were they in use when the new church was founded. These new foundations are not either homogeneous in form and time. The monastic foundation of La Mata, Melque, and Trampal, all of them built in the late 8th century, lived shortly. The first one in your image, La Mata, was soon ruined, probably due to the structural problems and was not later rebuilt. Melque was soon occupied by an emirate settlement, and El Trampal was abandoned over the 9th century. The three of them show, however, the building capacity of Christian communities in Al-Andalus, but they don't necessarily, obviously, reflect a general trend. In the north, the afterlife of late 9th centuries churches was also heterogeneous, depending, among other factors, on the will of the Christian monarchs, the internal reforms, and the economic resources. Some foundations survived, but others vanished. These temples, as you can see also here in the example of El Trampal, were part of larger monastic complexes. Their internal division and spatial distribution and their accesses confirm this function, although the materiality of the other spaces of the monastery is still fairly unknown. Only some few rooms have been recorded, for instance, at Melque and Trampal, but these evidences are still few to better defining the morphology of these complexes, to understand the use of the spaces, and to infer any origin or influence. They also reflect the participation of craftsmen able to exploit several quarries to obtain different fresh stones to be used with different purposes, to work out sculptural pieces on reuse and new marble elements, to decorate walls with stucco and paintings, to build vaulted spaces by employing different structural elements. These projects were planned and coordinated by trained building managers and undertaken by skilled artisans in all these different tasks. Even the project of carving a huge rock massif to build up the church of Las Mesas de Villaverde, better known as Bobastro,
needed expertise people, since its basilical plan had to be planned anyway, and it worked as a quarry at the same time. Apart from this example of Las Mesas de Villaverde, recently analyzed also archaeologically, although being a rock-cut building, and undoubtedly a church and dated to the late 9th century, rock-cut structures recorded in Al-Andalus must be finally considered. These constructions are uncertain in terms of date, Visigothic or Mozarabic, and even on functions. We are not even sure if they are all churches, due to the unclassifiable condition of their plant typologies and to the limits of the archaeological methodology to study rock-cut spaces. They lack, besides, liturgical or decorative elements that might help to sort out this question, with the exception of the site of Valdecanales, composed here by 3 caves and ornamented the facade of the main one with a series of 12 relieved horseshoe arches embracing self-motifs. It has been either also dated to Visigothic period and also to the Islamic one, being only its decoration the only argument. Coming to conclusions. Up to this point, what we know and what we don't know. From now on, all the remaining problems. Material evidences here briefly reviewed demonstrate that the number of churches newly built or renewed in Al-Andalus after the Islamic arrival represents a level of building activity and of related technical, material, human, and economic resources, but data are not enough to see if this level was lower or higher than that one before 711. Information currently available does not able either drawing an evolutionary line within the Islamic period, that is, measuring if Christian constructions were less as we advance in time or not. It is also impossible to identify a distinction between urban and rural enclaves, since the few churches known locate out of the cities, with the exception of the 2 examples of Bobastro Mesas de Villaverde, which seem to be linked to a bigger urban settlement. Even for the Caliphate capital of Cordoba, architectural remains are unknown. Chronological and geographical trends that, for example, Michel, but also we have seen here yesterday and today, for instance, have been done for our territories, but our evidence are only enough to show that Christian buildings projects were possible to be developed during the early Islamic period, and that patrons had enough resources to do it. But the problem of the term of survival of construction have to do as well with that of the survival of bishoprics. These foundations will show that Christian leaders, that is the bishops, continue to hold a certain authority. After a yet ecclesiastical map in Al-Andalus has been thought to start disarticulating in the mid-9th centuries. Churches could be then built and renewed in the 8th century and part of the 9th, as it is shown by the sum of the samples here mentioned. Coincidence or not, those northern churches cannot be dated earlier than 9th century, being almost all of them concentrated in the late 9th century and early 10th one. But since our map is still quite incomplete, I think this seems to be a very, very hasty conclusion. These building projects finally were besides key in the transmission of architectural technology from Al-Andalus to North and facilitated the practice of techniques that were maintained in use for 2 centuries in the North. Here, the already mentioned building project activated by the Christian aristocracies meant at the end a working opportunity for skilled artisans coming from Al-Andalus, trained in Al-Andalus, and who brought with them their technology. And that is why, not only because of influence or similarities, we can explain why all these architecture productions can be similar or can be linked to each other in the same period. Thank you very much.
I don't know how to answer this.
Espera que diga esto. Bueno, sí, que para.
No, because there is no mouse, it's very difficult to work. Where is your store and go? It's store and go, is this one?
Yes.
I hope. I'm not. No, that's not you.
Yes.
That's you?
Yeah.
That's a great point. We are progressing now. I don't know what. I don't know. I think it's in your point. I will share it now.
Yeah.
Compartir. Okay, now I know how to say share in Spanish. Yeah, compartir. Okay, you have to be back here. Yeah. Now I think it works.
Oh, okay. Come on, Okay. Good evening to everyone. First of all, I'm so sorry because my voice is not in its better way, so I'll try to do my best. Good evening. First of all, I want to thank. Yeah. I want to thank to Simon and Mª Ángeles the invitation to take part in this meeting. I think that it is an excellent occasion for us, for we all, to know each other and to share the work we are doing. I'm not going to talk about churches in this speech, but about bishoprics, the institutions that gives the coverage to the churches. In the presentation, I will deal with episcopal sees and to a much lesser extent, the monasteries mentioned in the medieval written sources. The aim is not, okay, yes. The aim is not simply to provide a list of bishoprics, but to illustrate through this institution essentials from an organizational point of view that the operation of the church did anything but cease under Muslim rule in Al-Andalus. I have only used documents written on soft media, excluding epigraphy. I have used Christian text in Latin and Arabic, but I have used Muslim text in Arabic, adding at the end a sort of epilogue, a few Christian texts in Latin dated to immediately before the Christian conquest in 12th century. Most of the texts that I shall mention have been edited and published for years now, and even those which are unpublished are well known. However, until very recently, and even today, their interpretation has been marked by the idea of confrontation and exclusion on the premise. The problem is the microphone for my voice. I'm sorry that I don't have to sing. So the interpretation has been marked by the idea of confrontation and exclusion
on the premise that Islamic rule necessarily involved persecution of Christians and the church. This exclusivist interpretation is closely linked to the need to create a common enemy, the other, that is a prerequisite for the configuration of a collective us, unifying the Iberian Peninsula. And this other has been the Muslim. The maximum expression of this idea of the Muslim enemy is the notion of reconquista, a 19th century concept coined to designate the alleged collective and the world of expelling the foreigners, the Muslims identified with the Arab and restoring Christianity. In this context, the expression Andalusi Christian, or even worse, Andalusi Christian Arab, can only cause short circuits. And this remains the case today, even in academia. Based on the prevailing conceptualization, the image of Christians in Al-Andalus has for centuries been presented as that of resistance. Figures who, despite persecution, preserve their identity against the embarrassed Arabic ethnicity and Muslim religion. But the sources say what they say. So historiography in the Iberian Peninsula was forced to restore to awkward interpretation, or simply to ignore the evidence that contradicted these tenets. That is, those texts that say that the church as an institution was to a large extent part of the Islamic administrative apparatus through its bishops. Like in other regions, such as of Dar al-Islam, such as Egypt, Syria, Iraq, and so on. The archaeological parallel is found in Umayyad-influenced Christian architecture, metamorphosed by virtue of this essentialism into Visigothic architecture. At any rate, as noted, I shall limit myself to references to bishops and bishoprics written in soft media. The map illustrates all the seas for which written resources exist between 711 and 1212, that is to the end of the Almohad period. The references are miscellaneous in nature and often are very time specific. That is, the sea is mentioned only with reference to a specific element in time. Anyway, I don't intend, it would be too long, to give an exhaustive list of all the seas mentioned in the record, but only mention those which present a better argument to defend the vitality of the Episcopal Church throughout the Andalusi period. In any case, if anyone is interested in some of the in a specific sea, I shall be happy to talk about it in the question round. Let's begin with Christian texts in Latin before the 11th century. I shall begin with one of the clearest pieces of evidence for the uninterrupted succession of bishops. Okay. The list of bishops of Toletum, Hispalis, and Elvira, all three in Al-Andalus, of course, for their foundation to year 994. This list is found in the Codex Emilianense under the heading Incipium nomina de Punctorum Episcoporum Spalensis, sedis vel Toledane atque Eliberitani sedis. The lists are rather long, but with 43 bishops for Hispalis, 45 for Toletum, and 68 for Elvira, we can say, the only one of the three that was not a metropolitan see. Such a list for a 6th century period suggests the uninterrupted succession of bishops also during the Andalusi period. The next one, the works by Eulogius, the leader of the so-called movement of voluntary martyrs, and Paulus Alvarus, his disciple, are eminently doctrinal in nature, but and very belligerent towards the wave of Arabization that was sweeping the Iberian Peninsula in the mid-9th century. With their nostalgic perspective about the vanishing past, these two authors complete the image of a Cordovan society in which Arabic customs and language have become widespread among the autochthonous and Christian population. In relation to the topic of this presentation, these authors mention the existence of up to 7 basilicae and 8 monasteries in Cordoba and its hinterland, some of which were founded during Eulogius' lifetime, that is, under the rule of the Emir Abdurrahman II. If we are to believe his apologist, Al-Andalus, Eulogius himself had written the rule that governed the life in this monastic institution, something that does not exactly tally with a context of persecution. Concerning bishops, Eulogius provides several names, including Recafreus, Bishop of Cordoba, Bishop of Complutum, Bishop of Toletum, Bishop of Segontia, and a Bishop of Caesarea Augusta in the map. Concerning not far from the previous text in time, but very different in nature, is Abbot Samson. He's the author of an Apologeticus, dated to 860. The author, far from standing up against the Muslim rulers, worked as an interpreter for Emir Muhammad in his dealings with Latin emissaries, a position of great responsibility, to think about it, that reveals that he had the emir's full trust. The text contains not a single word against Islam or the state, the Islamic state, but attacks Christian counts and bishops who abuse power, seeking their own profit, or who have accessed their position fraudulently, especially Conte Servando or Ostegesis, Bishop of Malaga. Samson lists the bishops who defended his ideas in a controversy in his Apologeticus. Those of Emerita, we can see them on the map. Beatensis, Egabro, Castigi, Basti, Urki, Ilici, and Asidonia. The text also mentions the above noted Bishop of Malaga, and that of Cordoba. This is not the only concept for which references exist in the 9th century in Cordoba. There were more. For example, here we have the dates in 839, 852, and 862. Only the acts of the earliest one are preserved, which record the attendance of the Bishop of Toledo, Hispalis, Emerita, Acqui, Astigi, Cordoba, Egabro, Malaca, and Erbil. Christian text in Arabic. The translation of Latin text into the Arabic is perhaps the most obvious proof of the Arabization of Andalusi Christians. Especially significant is the translation of the Bible into Arabic, carried out in Al-Andalus as early as the 9th century. Of the Book of Science, or the Book of Science, published in the late 10th century under the title Kitab al-Anuma, better known as the Calendar of Cordoba. The work was written around 961 in Arabic and Latin by Said al-Osqof, known by his Latin name Resemundo, Bishop of Elvira. Resemundo was the Caliph's ambassador to Otto, the emperor, and later to Constantinople, and was rewarded with the see of Elvira by the Caliph. It's perhaps for this reason that the calendar is dedicated to the Caliph. There are no reason to doubt the Christian credentials of this bishop. In fact, it was highly regarded in Europe, as shown by the fact that Liutprand of Cremona dedicated him his Antapolosis, written approximately in 916. Yet, perhaps the most interesting document, both in terms of content and volume, is Codex 1623 in the Real Biblioteca del Escorial. It's dated in 2049. Its page contains the Arabic translation of the Collectio Canonica Hispanica, that is the compilation of norms, rules emanated from Visigothic councils and other norms in force during the Visigothic period, known as Canun al-Muqaddis. By virtue of the decapitulation treaties signed after the 711 conquest, these norms remained in force during the Andalusi period as the statute that governed the life of Christian dhimmis, protected people, Christians. Despite the enormous importance of this text, known since the 17th century, its edition only began 2 years ago. In relation to the topic at hand, that is the evolution of Andalusi bishoprics, 2 fragments of this text are especially of note, insofar as they give evidence from some changes undergone between 683, date of the last Visigothic council, for which act survived, and the mid-11th century, when the canon, this text, was written. Okay, this is the first fragment. Yeah, the first fragment includes a list of bishoprics in Arabic, the language in which the whole document is written. However, the copies also wrote the Latin names of the sees on top of the Arabic names, and it's here that the surprise begins. Okay, this will be the, okay, let's go to the next one. At first, if we see the list of bishops, the list seems but a record of attendance to the 4th Council of Toledo, held in 633. As the list of sees and bishops coincide for the most part. The comparison of the Arabic and Latin names reveals that for most sees, this only involves a phonetic transcription of the Latin name into Arabic. For example, we can see that Hispalis is Isbilia, Narbona is Narbuna, Merida is Marida, and so on. This could lead us to think that this is a mere copy of the list of bishops present in the 4th Council. However, the closer reading of the list reveals some divergences between the Latin and Arabic toponyms, which suggests a change of C that must have taken place during the Andalusi period. Okay, yes. The first one that is possible to see. The first case is the Arabic Jayan. Jayan in Arabic, over which the word Urkitane is written in Visigothic lettering. Although no consensus exists about the location of the Roman and Visigothic city of Urkitane, several Latin texts place it near the coast. We also know that the city sent bishops to the Council of Toledo almost without interruption between 632 and 693, the last Council of Toledo. Nothing in the name Uki points to the Arabic toponym Jayan, easy to relate with to the modern Jaén. The earliest reference to Jayan that I know, that I have seen, is in the Kamil fi Tarikh by Ibn al-Asir, that mentions the construction of the Al-Qama, central mosque, in the city during the reign of Nur Rahman II, that is in the 2nd quarter of the 9th century. A later text makes reference to the city in the context of the revolt of Omar ibn Hafsun, and thereafter mentions the two Madinat Jayan multiply, especially in geographical text, showing that by the 10th century, that Medina, the city, was fully consolidated. In the current state of our knowledge, we are not in the position to say whether Jayan was, or Jaén was an ex novo foundation, whether it sits on an early settlement, but at any rate, no evidence for continuity between Jayan and the previous Visigothic city exists. The second case. Okay. The second case that I wish to mention is that of a Complutensis. That is, in this case, we can see Complutensis in Latin and BRELAUD in Arabic. The bishopric of Complutum, in Latin, dates back to 412. The city began sending bishops to the councils in 597, and thereafter it features recurrently among the attendants. The Arabic name under the word Complutum, BRELAUD, is unequivocally Arabic and can be related without too much difficulty with Guadalajara, obviously. It's mentioned for the first time in relation to an event dated to 863, the marriage of its Sahib, a Berber named Syriac, with the daughter of Musa al-Musa. BRELAUD is mentioned again in the 10th century in connection with frontier events, and in the 11th century is one of the main cities in the Taifa, the kingdom of Toledo. Like with the previous example, in the manuscript we are working on, indicates the relocation of the see of Complutum to a new city in the Medina of BRELAUD, in all probability an Arabic foundation. There's no evidence for the date of this relocation, nor concerning the circumstances that led to this mishap, other than the archaeological evidence that suggests the urban decadence of Complutum. We can see here the relocation. Okay. The other surprising case is two cities that exist. The name is the same, but is something new here. Is the of Tudmir. Along with the relocation of these episcopal sees, the manuscript also shows the change of name of other two to adapt to the Andalusian administrative structure. These are the two sees that incorporate the complement of Tudmir to their name. The first one will be Ilj Tudmir, Ilchi, Elche, and the second one is Valencia Tudmir, Valencia. Tudmir, we have to explain it. Tudmir, for its part, okay, it's a district, a cura, a province created in the Andalusi period in the southwest of the Iberian Peninsula, with no precedent in the Visigothic ecclesiastical organization. The references to this territory date back to the time of the conquest, with the famous capitulation pact signed by Contedomirus, although the creation of the administrative district is less straightforward than that. We have a description of this region, this cura, in the Tercer al-Akhbar, the book of Al-Andalus, geographical. Okay, the second fragment of the manuscript I'm talking about, to which I wish to refer, is the one of we can see in the slide. Okay, it's not possible to see. Thanks to the digital possibilities, this is the reconstruction more or less of the text. The first thing that I think that is a remark is that we can see that there are, under the architectural structures, we can see the name of the the first thing is that usually in the Visigothic text appear six places, six bishoprics, and we can see here that we have seven. Seven are the provinces are Tarragona, Narbona, is legible, probably Tula, Toledo, Mérida, Bracara. It's not possible to read it, but we can suppose that it is there because of the names that appear later. And we have the last one that is the most particular, Tanja. Tanja, that is Tanger, capital of the Roman province of Mauritania Tingitana. After the Diocletian's reform, this province was for a short time part of Hispania. It became again incorporated to the province of Hispania for a very brief period after the expulsion and persecution of the Vandals by the Visigoths. There is, however, no reference to the existence of an episcopal see in Tingis, nor to the presence of bishops from the city in councils in Africa, nor to the presence of bishops from the city in nor to the presence of no present in the council of Africa. Okay. During the 10th century, with the proclamation of the Umayyad Caliphate in Cordoba, the former province of Tingitana came under their control as a buffer zone against the advance of the recently established Fatimid Caliphate. Abdul Rahman III, and especially Al-Mansur, intervened actively in the region, supporting the arterial allies against their rivals. The Andalus domination of the region lasted until Al-Mansur's death in the beginning of the Fitna in 2009. Why this mention to this seventh seat? Is it a reminiscence for the Isidore's period, or is it a new foundation, as suggested by its mention, along with the other episcopal sees? It is not the only new place. We have another one. Okay, we have here, if you can read the Arabic, we have here. Oh, it's not to see in the. No, okay. Here. What is Hijra again? That means that again we have this C in the text. And the second one is this here, Batal Jews. We only can see Jews. I have them written here in red. The but. Okay. Like with the other cities mentioned earlier, there are no references to the existence of a city prior to the foundation of Badajoz. The foundation is in 875, and no Visigothic see match the name. The foundation of the city is attributed to Abdul Rahman ibn Marwan al-Jiliki, a member of a lineage from Jilikiya, Galicia, as well as his Nisba. Okay. Okay, those are the two Cs, new Cs. We continue with Islamic text in Arabic. We have very few. It's only I have only found it in the text of Ibn Hayyan al-Muqtabas. In the Muqtabas, this is Ibn Hayyan again. He's Islamic and he's Arabic, of course. We can find some new places, cities. The first one is Bazyan. According to Ibn Hayyan's Muqtabas, in Ramadan 941, Abdul Rahman III sent 3 Andalusi bishops to Jilikiya to agree the liberation of prisoners with King Ramiro. For this purpose, the Caliph sent the Metropolitan Bishop, the Matran, say the source, of Sevilla, Abbas ibn al-Muntir, Yaqub ibn Mahran, Bishop of Bayana, and Abdul Malik bin Hassan, Bishop of Elvira. Again, we find bishops who have the Caliph's full trust, to the point being tasked with negotiating the liberation of Muslim prisoners at the court of Asturias. Okay. About the places. Okay, thanks. About the places. Both Sevilla or Isvilla and Elvira were Visigothic cities and feature repeatedly even in lists and deceased bishops that we have seen. The see of Bazyan, however, is totally absent from the Visigothic record, and this is unsurprising, since the city was founded by the Umayyads. It's interesting to note that this city, Bazyan, the seat of modern Almeria, is of great significance. It originates in the settlement of the so-called Bahriyun, that is sailors from North Africa, in 884, that is during the Fitna civil war that devastated Al-Andalus in the late 9th century and early 10th centuries. The settlement was constituted as an independent city and enjoyed a great degree of autonomy at the time when Cordoba was too weak to impose its authority. However, the city's inhabitants soon declared their loyalty to Abdurrahman III, who had become emir in 912. The second place that I want to speak about is the mentioned Bobastro. Bobastro is a peculiar place. Ibn Hayyan is the place that was founded by Omar ibn Hafsun, that we have seen in the pictures. Ibn Hayyan alludes to a bishop of Bobastro by his Arabic name, Ja'far al-Maqsim. The city of Bobastro was founded in the late 9th century by Omar ibn Hafsun, who began a rebellion against Cordoba approximately in 880. Traditionally, the foundation of a bishopric in Bobastro has been regarded as a challenge by Omar ibn Hafsun, who for a short period even became a Christian. But there is no aspect in Ibn Hayyan's chronicle that must not to be neglected. While the chronicler does not spare Omar ibn Hafsun from every form of criticism, his attitude towards the bishop is entirely different. The chronicler describes him as good and intelligent, to the point that when he was deposed by Ibn Hafsun, the Christian monks and elders forced him to restore the bishop, which only encouraged his prestige and excellence even more. Okay, this would be the last mention in the Arabic sources. And finally, we have the late Latin chronicles. Very quickly, we have three mentions. The donation to Gislabert, we can see the mention to the bishop of the Tortosa. The date is 1038, and another one in Casa Augusta in Zaragoza. We have another mention in Dianum, Denia nowadays, and the last one is the bishop of Lisboa, that is mentioned in the Spinazione Limonense in 1147. And finally, the last news are those by Jiménez de Rada that mentions the sees of Asidonia, Elepla, and Marchena. Asidonia, when he speaks about Asidonia, he says Asidonensis. Elepla, he says Eleplensis. But when he speaks about Marchena, he says of Marchena, de Marchena. That means that there's no Latin version of this name, and it seems to be an Arabic name. Okay, the conclusions. The evidence presented suggests a totally different scenario to that proposed by traditional interpretation of that position in Christian in Al-Andalus. Although this is not the point of my presentation, we have seen that from a cultural perspective, Andalus Christian adopted features of the Arabic culture, notably language, despite the disapproval of the most belligerent members of their community, Álvaro and Paulus. During this period, the period we are speaking about, there is not evidence for Christians being persecuted as Christian, but only for the occasional punishment of Christians who openly subverted the Islamic law by apostasy or blasphemy. However, The clearest evidence for the absence of obstacles to the church is the persistence of its organizational structure, that is, the dioceses, which are a crucial instrument for the institutional operation of the church. This continuity would have been totally unthinkable without the express support of the Islamic rulers, let alone in an environment of persecution. The institutional role played by bishops in Al-Andalus is reflected in isolated references, especially the role played by them as ambassadors of the Emir of or Khalifa of Cordoba. If mentions to bishoprics in text are carefully examined, the general note is one of continuity. Certainly, the absence of mention to the disappearance of episcopal sees cannot be used as evidence for their continuity, but conversely, the fact that a see is not mentioned in the surviving record cannot be used to argue for their disappearance. Personally, I tend to see the last mention of the see as a post-quem date for the disappearance of said see. Anything else would be to assume that Christian communities re-emerge at some point after they cease to be, which is at odds with the recorded decrease in the number of Christians in Al-Andalus. In conclusion, from an institutional and organizational perspective, the episcopal was not only not undermined, but in fact enjoyed the support of the Islamic rulers as a bridge between the state and that part of the Andalusian society constituted by Christians as a protected group of dhimmis. And with this, I finish my presentation and wait for your question. Thank you very much. Wow.
The cultural production in Al-Andalus by Christian workers.
No. Where is it? Roma Congress, yes? This one. Yeah. Yes, you can. What is that? La compatización de pantalla se ha detenido porque la bandera externa está quoi? Is it functioning now on YouTube? Is it functioning on YouTube? Please? Is it functioning on YouTube? Yeah.
Because I have to here.
Yeah.
So can I begin or? Yeah. Okay. Hello. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to thank the organizers, Mª Ángeles and Simon, for inviting me to this Congress. This conference paper is a brief resume of the chapter dedicated to Mozarabic sculpture in Al-Andalus, which is included in my book titled Talleres de Escultura Cristiana en la Península Ibérica, siglos VI al X, Análisis Arqueológico, dedicated to sculptural production in the Iberian Peninsula during the late Antiquity and the early Middle Ages, and recently published. Until recent years, research in early medieval Christian sculpture has been carried out within the framework established by traditional approaches to art history, in which a stylistic perspective has tended to predominate. Among the methods used, there has been a strong and somewhat uncritical focus on a comparative methodology based on the use of parallels. And this has affected both art historians and archaeologists. As for a long time, the latter have uncritically accepted the stylistic perspective, despite the fact that it was not based on the use of archaeological data. After the stylistic analysis of a case, The chronology obtained has then been used to date the archaeological layers. What? Ah, sorry. Layers, and furthermore, the remains of sculpture fragments found within this. This has led to this kind of sculpture becoming a kind of archaeological fossil despite the lack of any stratigraphic evidence. The absence of archaeological research focusing on the production of such pieces after 711 has thus led most researchers to classify them as having been created during the Visigothic period. Sorry. Stratigraphic and typological methodology have, however, recently been incorporated into the study of early medieval sculpture. Thanks to the archaeological analysis of the most significant early medieval churches, it has been possible to contextualize these decorative pieces within the constructive sequence of the buildings themselves, and therefore to date them. During the last few years, another methodological pathway has been opened up with the study of the workshops involved in the decoration of medieval buildings. Archaeology of production has been integrated in this field of study because of the possibilities it offers for the definition of certain key parameters, such as technique and materials. The following of guidelines based on the archaeology of production, together with the information obtained from the stratigraphy studies mentioned, have enabled us to create a new paradigm to explain early medieval material culture. The lion's share of the innovations documented here can only be explained in the context of a new technological environment created by the arrival of Eastern workshops in 711, when Islamic conquest of Iberian Peninsula begins. In summary, our proposal is to shift the subject of the research from the piece to the workshop, thus replacing the concept of influence and parallel, so ambiguous and subjective, with mobility of workshops and transmissions of knowledge, and subordinating all of this to the temporary relationships verified by the stratigraphic and typological methods. Archaeology contributes its own methods, namely stratigraphy and typology. Stratigraphy provides the site, the building, and even the individual piece with a relative historical sequence, while typology, that is, the knowledge of the types located in each stratum, ensures absolute chronologies. Sculpture is considered to be one more typological object to take into account, and is thus viewed as the same level as other objects such as pottery or numismatics. Using the method described, this research forms part of the twin disciplines of archaeology of architecture and archaeology of production. Archaeology of architecture incorporates stratigraphic and typological methods into the study of historical buildings, and parameters have been taken for most of the Hispanic churches of the time, many of which contain sculpture. Archaeology of production, on the other hand, is defined as the study of the set of operations required to transform one product into a different one. In this field, the process carried out by builders and decorators is analyzed from the initial phase of the project to the final completion of the product, what is known as the operational technical chain. The workshop is defined as the productive entity responsible for a set of works characterized by the repetition of same variables, a homogeneity which in turn permits the a posteriori attribution of other homologous pieces. In addition, in the workshop, technical knowledge related to production is transmitted, learned through practice and transmit from teacher to disciple, making it difficult to introduce innovations, whether formal, functional, technical, or technological. Until recently, historiography did not recognize the existence of Christian decorative sculpture in the territory of Al-Andalus, a position that is maintained even today by the traditional Visigothist model. To counteract this view, we can see here that sculpture production did continue in the southern half of the peninsula between the 8th and 9th centuries. This is, in addition, a period with significant new innovations in both decorative and functional fields, although in other areas there is a notable continuity with earlier sculpture from the 6th and 7th centuries. For this period, we know at least 5 decorated buildings, all of which have been excavated and or extensively studied. Santa Eulalia de Mérida, Santa Lucía del Trampal, Santa María de Melite, San Pedro de la Mata, and San Juan de Baños, dislocated in northern Christian territory, but decorated by a Mozarabic workshop. Now, Mérida continues being the most important center of sculptural production. The thematic innovations were as follows: scrolls with lettered leaves and clusters with borders, compositions of pearl circles and double-end ribbons with dots inside. From a functional point of view, bold imposts in the form of continuous frieze are introduced, along with monolithic windows with vein overflow. The Mérida Trampal workshop constitutes the prototypical example of a sculptural workshop at this time. Thanks to the in situ conservation of part of the decorative system at El Trampal, 8th century, it has been possible to verify that the workshop did indeed supply the finished pieces for the building, where they were attacked by the builders without any need for intervention by the decorative workshop. The creation of this workshop are documented both in Mérida itself, in the Basilica of Santa Eulalia, and contextualized in other locations, and outside, but relatively close to the city. The Melke workshop is closely related in every aspect to Mérida Trampal 1, and similarly was based in Mérida. The only work that we can attribute to it is to be found in the Church of Santa María de Melite in Toledo, where it was transferred after it was carried in Mérida. The work is mainly made up of elements of liturgical furnishings, altars and chancel screen found in the church, along with a few samples of architectural sculpture, such as lattice and columns associated with monastic buildings. 2 other workshops were also involved in the church and monastery of Melke, one in chairs of the stucco carving, and the other one of the Toledo Vegetal Scrolls workshop, which is also dated back to the 8th century. In addition to the arguments previously used today, the building and its decoration to the 8th century, it should be noted that the work of the Melke workshop must be later than the 7th century, due to the recycling in the piece of a carved element from the 7th century in one of the columns employed in the monastery. There are no known buildings preserved today by the Almendral workshop. This workshop introduced the functional typology of monolithic window lintels with shell-shaped opening, and its chronology is established by its typological relationships with the 2 previous workshops, by the fact that it was necessarily after the 7th century phase of the Mérida Vieja workshop, since it recycles one of its pieces, and other manifestations of the 6th or 7th century, as it provided by the reuse of Cantonus inscription. There are no known buildings associated with the Marmelar workshop, and most of the production was reused in the late medieval church of Veracruz de Marmelar. It shared with the Almendral workshop the introduction of monolithic lintels with a shell-shaped opening. The production of the Mérida Center ended around the middle of the 9th century, owing to the social and political transformation that the area underwent at that time, such as the abandonment of the city by the ecclesiastical elites and a consequent end to the promotion of decorated buildings. Immediately after this time, it is clear that Mérida sculptors were working at the Christian north, in the Tierra de Tabaracet, as well as elsewhere. At this time, Toledo came to rival Mérida as the most important center of sculpture. The most notable production is concentrated into the group of vegetal scrolls workshops and in the reserve carving group, as well in a few isolated pieces with figurative human representations from an unknown workshop. This sculpture presents the following characteristics: centralized workshop in Toledo, from which the sculptor then moved to the buildings for which the sculpture was carved, working on site and generally using local stone, as is clearly documented in the Church of La Mata. The introduction of a new repertory, vegetal scrolls with split stems and lateralized leaves, held on by fastening and with a variety of leaves and fruits hanging down, scallops, circular ornamentation, and bands with dots, and the recurrence of earlier themes as second circles. The introduction of new typologies such as bold impost and liturgical furnishing, previously unknown in Toledo workshops, the survival of two-plane carving and chisel beveling, and the introduction of reserve carving. The group of vegetal scrolls workshop was until a few years ago dated to the second half of the 7th century on the basis of formal, documentary, and epigraphic evidence, and has been linked directly to its promotion by the Visigothic monarchy of Toledo. We propose a different explanatory model supported by stratigraphic and typological criteria. Stratigraphy and typology do, however, tell us the following, that the Toledo vegetal scrolls workshops date back to an undetermined period after the 7th century, owing to the presence of reused Visigothic abacus from Mérida at San Juan de Baños, and that their pieces are to be found in situ in a complex built in the second half of the 8th century, the Melki Monastery. In addition, it has been proved that a Toledo workshop from this group worked with a Mozarabic Mérida workshop at the Oreto set in Ciudad Real, while the decoration of Baños as a whole can only be explained within the production context of León and Castile in the second half of the 9th century. In consequence, to this explanatory model, the Church of San Juan de Baños, traditionally dated in the 7th century, is now situated around 2 centuries later. In the sculptural work at Baños, there were almost certainly 3 workshops. Most of the pieces correspond to the Toledo Vegetal Scrolls workshop, which was displaced to Castile in this period. This workshop incorporated innovations typical of the contemporary environment of the North, such as decorated lintels, window lintels, which were unknown in Toledo. A second workshop or sculptor from León was responsible for the decoration of the ribbon impost in the side rooms and was also involved in the Tierra de Tábara set. It is possible that fourth Castilian workshop with connections to the Valeranica set decorated part of the church liturgical furnishing. This association of 3 or 4 workshops from Toledo, Castile, and León in the same building is indicative of a mode of production that shows that its decoration cannot be dated to earlier than the middle of the 9th century. In addition, the construction includes marble spolia from 7th and 8th century Mérida, which must have been transferred to the site after the middle of the 9th century. The reserve carving group, 8th to 10th centuries, thus presents a certain thematic continuity with regard to the previous sculpture in Toledo, those characterized by second circles, as well as introducing new themes linked to the contemporary Islamic art of the Emirate and Caliphate. An important technical innovation here was the introduction of the reserve carving, unknown since the Roman times, at least at the Iberian Peninsula. As in Mérida, and for the same reasons, Christian sculpture production in Toledo came to an end around the 9th century, and in the second half of the century, the work of sculpture from Toledo in the Christian North is confirmed at Baños and in the Tierra de Tábara set again, as well as elsewhere. In other territories, for example, in Córdoba, part of its sculptural production may be dated to the 8th century, to the 8th and 9th centuries, characterized as it is by the repetition of earlier models from the city-owned workshops and by the incorporation of innovations from contemporary Islamic art. Some of these pieces are related to the Mozarabic production of Toledo, like Los Hitos and Visigoths sets, for example. Moving to in Portugal region, there are documented workshops at Lisboa and Coimbra. The Lisboa workshop is one which bears hardly any relationship with the rest of the production in the Iberian Peninsula, depends directly on Oriental Umayyad decorative models from the early 8th century. Its repertoire in a naturalistic zoomorphic figurative style stands out. There is documentation around the city of the workshop at Conimbriga, which was probably stabilized there in the 9th century. Pieces from this workshop appear in various nearby locations, and its work displays the thematic innovations of the 8th and 9th centuries, typical of the Mérida workshops, as the scrollers and clusters with border. The same themes are repeated in contemporary Italian and Central European sculpture, so it is possible to establish whether the workshop was affiliated to Mérida or to elsewhere in Europe, or indeed whether it was subject to influence from both. A sculpture familiar to the work of this workshop was to play a role in the first La Nave workshop in the Church of San Pedro de la Nave at the end of the 9th century. You can see the similarity. In the Valencia region, there are documented workshops at Valencia and Pla de Nadal, both of which are characterized by a series of common features, such as the absence of a defined center of production, the use of local materials extracted ex novo from quarries, the on-site carving, at least in the case of Pla de Nadal, and the use of a decorative repertoire, scrolls of split stems and lateralized leaves, and of novel functional types as imposts or phrases. The 8th century chronology of this work is supported by the following: the relationship with the production of the Toledo vegetal scrolls workshops, the use of carved stucco as a complement of the pieces from the Pla de Nadal workshop as a procedure found for the first time in the Iberian Peninsula in the second half of the 8th century, and the carving of cylindrical shafts on a lathe, a technology hitherto unknown in the peninsula. Further north, there were urban workshops in both Tarragona and Barcelona, neither of which bears a relationship with the production of the Visigothic period, but to the 8th and 9th centuries. Both present features that are alien to Spanish sculpture, which could be explained by the importing of European models from the other side of the Pyrenees. The Tarragona workshop is characterized by the use of a novel repertoire in relation to that of Mérida, vegetal scrolls and rows of pearls again. The workshop's involvement in the Basilica of the Amphitheater is known, and this explains why a continuity of use in the 8th and 9th centuries is possible today. There is certainly no doubt that the workshop is chronologically later than a funerary epigraph dated between the 5th and the 7th centuries, which is recycled in a carving of a piece of cancel screen. The Barcelona workshop was mainly active within the city itself, and outside it is only in the nearby town of Sant Cugat del Vallès. Its repertoire combines traditional elements as second circles with more novel ones as vegetal themes in grid compositions. On a technical level, it introduced the use of the drill. We can see it here and here. A tool unknown in the peninsula until the end of the 8th century, since Roman times. And for materials, it used loot marble, probably from the city itself. And finally, the Zaragoza workshop displays a similar repertoire and technical characteristics to the northern Mozarábic group of workshops, in particular to the San Miguel de Escalada one. You can see here the similarity between them. The Zaragoza workshop, known for the carving of cancel screen plates, is the latest of those documented in Al-Andalus and shows evidence of productive relationship with contemporary Islamic sculpture in the region. And that's all. Thank you so much.
We have a minute discussion before starting the next session.
Microphone.
Thank you for both presentations. I have a first question for Alejandro on the very notion of workshops, because I'm not sure, I'm not an archaeologist, and I'm not sure I understood well. Is there any remains of physical workshops, or do you speak of a workshop when you see artifacts that have the same iconographic style? And then, in which sense do you say that it's an archaeological study?
Could you repeat me the second question, please?
And then, if you have no remains of workshop, and so your study is based on iconography and iconography, in which meaning do you say that it is an archaeological study?
Okay. I respond now. No, there isn't any remains or the site where the workshop developed its work. When I talk about workshops, I'm referring to the aggregation of materials, the aggregation of the sculptures, not only taking in consideration their style or their iconography, but more variables. For example, the kind of carving, the tools involved in the carving. I insist that we know any physical remains of that workshop, of that buildings where this sculpture was carved, but also workshop. I mean, when I talk about workshop, I mean the aggregations of materials of sculptures. When I talk about workshop, I mean the aggregation of the sculptures itself, not the physical location where the sculptures carve the sculpture.
And it's more or less the same question, but from the point of view of the stratigraphy, because it's an interesting approach that you use, and because you talk about the archaeology of production, so you explain that the beginning, the different variables, stone carving, and so on. Okay, and for that I am agree, but then about the stratigraphy, because you dated very well all of these workshops. So it means that at least there was one of the samples that you find in the workshop that is linked to a specific stratigraphy, and then you can do this in a chronological order.
Have you finished your question?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, in fact, the 90% of the material analyzed is contextualized. So when I talk about the stratigraphy, I mean two concepts. One of them, the pieces that still remain today in their constructions, in the churches mainly, where it was carving form. And then some pieces have more than one phase of carving, so we can sequence these phases of use. And exactly, I have some stratigraphical reference, points of reference, and then it gives me a frame, thank you, and then I can accommodate these contextualized pieces in this frame, made of in the basis of the stratigraphy. This is what I mean when I talk about stratigraphy.
I have a question. So it was very interesting because I see in my map the city Tanja. There was a point on Tangier.
Tangier is
yeah, and I will, yeah, exactly. But on your map, I have noticed Tangier. Maybe I mixed up. And actually, when you have this column of Tanja, and the metropolitan, provincial metropolis on the church. That makes a lot of sense. But I was just thinking that maybe on this map I've seen, but maybe it's not your Maria. Maybe I'm confusing. There was the city of Tangier, and maybe it's not the city of Tangier, because precisely it could be just a province, and maybe the bishopric is not in Tangier, the city, but maybe in Ceuta, for example. That was more Romanized, I think, at this time. But maybe it's just a guess. And because Bilad Tangier in the sources, the geographical sources, Bilad Tangier is the Mauritania. So that was just my
It's very easy for me to say that that's what was Guadalajara. You know, I think that when I try to locate the places in the list to the map, I know that I'm conscious that that is not very, you know, something I choose the point, you know, okay, that's the same with that, yes, absolutely, I agree with you, absolutely, but not only, you know, it's all the cities here, very interesting, you know.
Yeah, because I was surprised that there is no Ceuta. That could be more plausible. I mean, I don't know.
Anyway, the existence of the province is only the existence of this province linked to Spain. Yeah, it's very, very shocking.
Thank you for the presentation. Just I want to see the employed octagonal building, this martyrium, or because it's too much can't have both octagonal as a mosque. And the original building is church or martyrium.
Okay. And the discussion is later on is there is no, sorry, it is Christian mausoleum because it has a sarcophagus. And the discussion is later on if it is transformed into a church because there are parts there also burials, but there are also Alejandro might know better than me as well. Sculptures reused in this same yeah, but it's not anymore. And also the second question is also if it is transformed into a mosque only because this small thing. I know 5 years ago it was remade, it was done a new archaeological research, a new archaeological excavations in areas which had not been yet excavated, and I think this impact is not only a fact, but also it seems to be very much later addition, not early medieval one.
Alejandro.
Alejandro, thank you. I just want to ask if there was some influence from Samarra Taras, style Samarra and ABC, because we know this influence of steel Samarra in 19th century, from Samarra, from Iraq to Syria and Egypt, and maybe cross it until Andalus, because if we compare some motif of the Egypt's soup, we see the same influence or motif is for me similitude for what we found in Iraq and in museums and pieces and Samarra and soup of Hussein also, and some motif of church and Rosette, and it's very similar.
Thank you. I think it's possible, but thank you. I think it's possible, but as I remember well, the Samarra styles are Abbasid and later, isn't it? Yes.
Continue until 18th century, the balance of reusing the motif
Exactly.
churches and buildings and houses and palaces.
All of these sculpture, mainly in Al-Andalus, is dated back to the 8th and early 9th centuries. So I think the Al-Andalus sculpture is previous than the Samarra styles. I think that there is a common substratus between Samarra styles and Al-Andalus sculpture, and I think this is the Umayyad sculpture of the 8th century in Orient.
But some motifs is 9th century also.
Yeah, exactly.
We have similarities with Iraq and Samarra and Baghdad and Mosul also later, medieval period.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a curiosity for Alejandro. Was talking about the BRELAUD structure, so I was interested in I'd like to know if you, because many of the 8th century pieces come from churches or monasteries, and many of them from cities or complexes. But Al-Andalus is not a different type of site, and I would like to know if you have other evidence of these pieces of sculpture coming from not ecclesiastical sites, and especially in rural areas.
From city buildings.
Yes.
At the moment, I don't remember another one. I don't know if Mª Ángeles remember another civil decorated building, but we have to consider that the majority of the sculpture is discontextualized. So we don't really know if it comes from a church or from another kind of a building.
This connection with Al-Andalus can give us the impression that maybe in other types that maybe there are in the club other sites that be related to the types of complex like Al-Andalus at the moment it's strange.
The other complexes, the other civil complexes dated back to the 8th century, but there is a controversial between the datation of this. I mean, the Mérida buildings and the Catalonian buildings, for example, the San Julián de Ramis. I don't know any decoration associated. Probably in Mérida appears some small shaft columns, but Mª is exceptional anyway.
I was scanning myself the Synagogue of Mérida as the pilasters,
exactly,
which are also now in debate, which are these huge pillars and are used as a place which has been supposed to be the hospital, the Synagogue, the hospital of the bishop of the city. And then I was thinking as well, for example, in the rooms excavated close to Merkel, the monastic rooms, they have also sculptural decoration. Obviously, they are still ecclesiastical architecture because we are still within the monastery, but I think it's interesting because it's not only the church which is decorated, also the related rooms.
And for example, in the Lisboa workshop, these pieces have not any characteristic that enable us to attribute to a church. It could be come from a palace or some civil building, for example.
I have a question about Bishop. I remember reading CNRS distribution. And it's quite a remote memory, and I was wondering, the sources you are reading are changing the picture true on the or not, or confirming?
Yes. For example, the he hasn't worked with this document, knows it. But again, for example, Urki that place, I think that he says that it's Almeria. The most interesting thing of this document is that it gives us the translation of the toponyms. And the translation of Urki is not Bazyan, but Syriac, Armen. So again, we have a dictionary of places, and the translation is not that what we think that it is. For this, the most interesting document, and he knows but you know, and again, that of tangent would be something to rethink. Because, for example, in the text of Visigoths, it's mentioned as a state or administrative province. But again, in my opinion, we can see the possibility of being an ecclesiastical province because it appears with new seats like BRELAUD. So that is what Visigoths didn't know BRELAUD. Obviously, BRELAUD is not Latin, but the name is ours. So, and concluding the translation would be BRELAUD. I could remember at this point, I don't remember exactly if he takes BRELAUD like a conclusion or not. But anyway, part of it is not exactly the same. At least it's very similar to the Latin one, but it's not the same.
And there are some variants in Palestine, for example. In the documents of the Al'Andalus, there is a bishop of Ramla, which is an Umayyad foundation. And also a 9th century attestation of, or maybe late 8th century attestation of the bishop of Lida. The two cities are very close, and probably the bishop moved from Lida was populated at some point to Ramla. Depending on how the text is conservative or not about the toponymy, they speak about a bishop of Lida or a bishop of Ramla, which is the new residence memory of the ancient anyway.
But if we take into account the list and the names, okay, you have this part. It's very close, so come on, it's just the same. But the problem is that we are speaking about the fact of the Islamic State. It is possible for a bishop to move its capital with its seat. You know, and for me, this is the real interest of this. Computum, Alcalá, and whatever is general, nowadays are very close. I don't know how many kilometers, they are very close. But the important thing is not that they move 1 kilometer or 100 kilometers. The most important thing is that Islamic authority has created a new city, and in that city there is a bishop. It's exactly something that we can see, for example, in Egypt. I think that you have mentioned yesterday, Halwan. That's very interesting. I think that's why it's in the Mukafa to say that the governor of the system in Marwan creates a new capital for him, and he takes the bishops, not one, 2 bishops, the Merkid or Jacqueline and the Coptic one. So the fact of creating the city and to take I'm taking the bishopric, for me, it's like the opposite of that idea that Muslims and Christians are something opposite. No, exactly the contrary. For the Islamic authority, it's very important to have a bishop close to him. So there's no persecution. For example, this is something that maybe is a very local debate, because in Spain, and I guess I say Spain, is seen like something incompatible. It's not, there's no compatibility between Islam and Christianity. So I like to speak about taking the concept of Hudson, Islamic Christianity. You know, Islamic society. He says Islamic society, Islamic Christianity. I think it's a very interesting concept because it is possible to be altogether. It's a way to be Islamic, you know, to be Christian. It's a way to be Islamic, not to be Muslim, but to be Islamic. I don't know, maybe.
For Mª Ángeles, my name, thank you for your talk, and I would like you to comment on the mihrab of the Great Mosque of Cordoba at the light of this reassessment of both Arabic material concerning those apsidal rooms that are very similar in shape to the mihrab of Cordoba entered in the 10th century, which is so unusual according to, let's say, the development of Islamic architecture. So, do you have any comment on this? Well, on this parallel, yeah.
The formal
Yeah.
of the churches and the
the upstairs rooms in the churches and
yeah, I think there is a relationship. The problem is that the mihrab we have now is that of Hakan II, the second, which is much later than those churches we have preserved, which date back to late 9th century. So there are churches in North, Escalada, Mazote, which have this same scheme. Also, for example, Bobastro, no, as Mesa Villaverde, which has the same outlay in plan as the mosque. The thing is that there is this gap in chronology. So obviously that means either the two previous mosques had already this outlay, but we cannot know for sure, and obviously we cannot do visual archaeology, so it is not possible to affirm it, or we have to approach this similarity by other way. That's the problem now, is that gap of chronology.
I'm sure it's not.
Now we go. We go along because it's 5.
Oh, this is fine. Okay, sorry.
Okay. So we like to move next. Okay, 2 minutes to move next and we go.
Tienes que pinchar también. Pero ¿lo saco tal cual o...?
Me da igual, pero bueno.
No, es que lo que no quiero es interrumpir la conexión o... Este es el dato tuyo, ¿no? O no, es el store. Nada, pues no me deja. Lo saco tal cual. Vale, pues ya está, ¿no? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Danger. 1 second. Ah, it's okay. All yours.
If you have to take it, maybe you can send me. Okay, send me the link and I will put it in my phone.
Maybe we should. I would like to. Okay, I have
yes, that's done. People side.
Okay.
Just wrote it in because it's easy to do some.
Yeah. I will put it on my this. Yes,
To sit. Understand?
You want to say? Yeah, no problem. Just to be sure the microphone is working, and maybe for the camera, I have to move it a little bit. No. If you prefer like that. I prefer two, but obviously in general, in UK, I've seen they use this, and also in Netherlands. Oh, really? It's Northern Europe side, yeah, but in Southern Europe side, this is it's very important because we'll stand up the professor. Oh, professor is in Germany. They use it. They just yes.
Do a dance.
To reimburse you because we have to.
Passport or identity card? Sign? Hold on. Sign here, where is yours? And the bank account. I mean, the driving card?
I think I closed Zoom. I don't know what happened. Oh no, it's
I have a reference.
No, it's no, it's okay. Oh.
Let me open the.
No, no, it's okay. Yeah. Compartir.
Because you know, our system of finance, we have Christian from Derek, from Lebanon, we have only so really have to send them the gift to have the money. If we want to have all time, you just take it instead of a gesture. Like give me your, there's a gesture. It means like give me your. In Syria, they do like this. It means like this, like the man of the what? It means give me your document. You don't know? Okay. And this means yes. This means there's a favor. Ah, this I know. Okay, Oliver. Should I? No. Is it this button here? Is it this button? Oui, je vais le faire. J'avais oublié. Françoise, yeah, she has something very there is letter acquisition, science acquisition, art acquisition. And nothing. So she's a very fine scholar. S'il vous plaît, on y va. On va y aller maintenant. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed, and thank you to the organisers for inviting me, and thank you all for speaking English, because I realise it's totally unfair that I'm the only native speaker, and I'm extremely grateful to you all for speaking English not only in the conference but over coffee. I'm grateful. Thank you. Historians of Middle Eastern Christianity have tended to view the maintenance and creation of new churches and monasteries through the prism of toleration. Indeed, the history of non-Muslims in lands that now have a Muslim majority has often had an implicit purpose of characterizing Islam or Muslims as tolerant or intolerant, or at least a specific group of Muslims as more tolerant or less tolerant. Now, certainly, church survival does allow us to chart the expansion and abatement of Christian communities. And as we've seen, others have expressed much more eloquently than I, this is not simply a question of the Muslim expropriation of church buildings as mosques, though that did occur, but more often Christian communities that were unable to maintain churches, whether because of impoverishment, emigration, or conversion. Churches and monasteries, I'd like to stress, were places where welfare was provided to Christians and where new generations of Christians were educated in the faith. So the survival of religious buildings is not simply an index of Christian institutions and the willingness to fund them, but also of a community's ability to reproduce itself and make community membership attractive in the future. So the survival of church buildings or episcopal organization is important testimony to the survival of Christian communities more broadly. But the creation of church buildings, or the patronage of church buildings, need not only reflect a relationship between the number of parishioners and the capacity of church institutions to create, maintain, or staff buildings. Another important context, I think, is the motivation of aristocratic donors to fund church building.
And I intend to examine this context using saints' lives, such as the Syriac life of Simeon of the Olives, before concluding with scenes from the Syriac history of Dionysius of Telmatre, preserved in the 12th century Chronicle of Michael the Syrian. I focus on northern Mesopotamia, an area that, while politically relatively peripheral, hosted monasteries that would play a central role in the lives of the Miaphysite Church until the 11th century and beyond. Aristocratic sponsorship. The creation of religious buildings was not simply a response to the existence of a flock in need of ministry. It could also be a form of elite display, where an aristocracy created churches to show off its wealth to its rivals, as well as to ensure a place in heaven and a memorial after death. Church patronage might show us the existence of a wealthy Christian aristocracy, but we cannot presume that their patronage was proportionate to the needs or numbers of the laity. Instead of simply thinking about the patronage of churches solely through the prism of Muslim, non-Muslim competition or interaction, we might also use it as data for the continuation of aristocratic power. And this, of course, has been a key question in 6th century historiography, but often people haven't asked the question of how do these dynamics continue under Muslim rule. So irrespective of the fact that the new rulers of the state happen to be Muslims, we can ask, how does the relationship between state, aristocracy, and peasantry develop after the Islamic conquests, considering the construction, maintenance, or patronage of churches as forms of elite display? The 7th century saw substantial ecclesiastical patronage, often in rural locations. Especially in the countryside, smaller towns and villages in the Torabin or in Iraqi Mesopotamia or in the Caucasus saw large numbers of new churches. Indeed, the construction of new churches is more marked here than in territories that remained under Christian rule, such as Byzantine Anatolia. And the pattern might be explained by the relative retreat of the state in the aftermath of Roman defeat. The Caliphate in the 7th century only imposed relatively light taxation on rural elites, who continued to extract the same or larger sums of money from the peasantries who lived on their land. And a portion of this money was channeled into building, maintaining, or patronizing churches. According to the Syriac Miaphysite hagiographies, holy men seem to have had some success in co-opting local aristocracies, even when these were formally speaking Chalcedonians. Simeon of the Olives struck up a good relationship with one George, son of Lazarus of Angel, a Chalcedonian with political authority over Torabdin, who used his influence to gather workers to let Simeon build a church. George was initially suspicious of sectarian reasons because he was brought up among the Romans, the text said. But he changed his mind when Simeon performed a healing miracle. A friend of the holy man Theodota of Amida is known as an illustrier, and he's similarly an important political figure. Andrew Palmer may well be correct to assume that he was also a Chalcedonian. It's unclear if either George or the illustrier became Miaphysites, but the hagiographies imagine that the late 7th and early 8th century was a period when Miaphysite Chalcedonian distrust was put to one side, and when magnates with Chalcedonian backgrounds were prepared to patronize Miaphysite institutions. Hagiography as a foundation chart. The one purpose of hagiographic writing is to encourage the readers to see themselves, the characters within a narrative, and on that basis, to encourage them to act in favor of a monastery or church, often by donation. But another function of a narrative is to lay claim to objects or land by describing how a monastery had acquired them. Claims to property were not necessarily negotiated in hagiographies at the late of state administration or even by the literate. But one effect of explaining how land or possessions had come to be owned within a saint's life was to disseminate such stories fairly widely among the faithful and to render these stories parts of common knowledge. If everyone knew that a given field or book or liturgical vessel had long been the property of the monks, then this might help to mobilize public opinion against anyone who disagreed, whatever written documents might say. Likewise, the depth of the stories that describe donations isn't just a matter of verisimilitude, but also gave living people who were linked to the donor or to a place a further motive to repeat a narrative. The life of Simeon of the Olives provides a good example of the role of hagiography as foundation charter. The tale begins with the discovery of a great treasure by Simeon's nephew David while he is out hunting during a period of service for a local lord named Shahbaraz. David doesn't tell his lord of his discovery, but he goes in secret to take the treasure to his uncle. Simeon uses this money to feed the poor and orphans and widows, but the rest he uses to buy farms and fields for the monastery of Armen, as well as houses, shops, mills and gardens, and the many olive groves for which he was famous. By these means, the hagiographer tells us, the monastery of Armen acquired possessions, the likes of which do not exist anywhere in the world. So here it's worth stressing the way the list is ordered. The hagiographer doesn't want to imply that Simeon ignored his charitable duties, and it may be that in using a saint's life to discuss Simeon's development of a portfolio, he also needed to fend off potential criticism from his readers. Simeon began to use his wealth to build and endow churches and monasteries. The first of these, the Church of Mar Simeon in the village of Arbuba, lay in the vicinity of another monastery, the monastery of Saul, where Simeon performed a miracle. Later, Simeon went on to Nisibis, and he bought the site of an ancient ruined monastery from a local ruler on Peros. And here he built 3 new monasteries and a church, as well as an inn, the only one in Nisibis, a bathhouse, mills, gardens, shops, sheepfolds, and houses, to create an endowment for the new creations, as well as the upkeep of Armen. He even built a mosque and a madrasa in Nisibis to generate goodwill from his Arab Muslim neighbours. The churches that Simeon built were all subordinated to Armen, in the sense that Armen received money and produce that was not consumed locally. And when believers went to receive communion on the feast day of their church, the monks of Armen would take the first fruits for themselves. For our purposes, it's noteworthy that there was no resistance to Simeon building churches or acquiring monasteries in the countryside in this text. But to build monasteries in Nisibis, in the face of local Nestorian opposition, Simeon required powerful allies. These allies included a Melkite aristocrat who arranged for workers on Simeon's building project when Nestorians had prevented them from working for Simeon. But Simeon's other allies were Nisibene Muslims, for whom he built a mosque, and all citizens of Nisibis would have benefited from having a bathhouse and an inn in the city when no other existed. So investments were maybe intended to generate revenue, but they were also new civic amenities. In an environment where the state was relatively absent, was not very interested in building what was now an out-of-the-way location, such investments were a source of urban infrastructure. Armen, I think, is a very rich example of how one monastery safeguarded its independence in a changing world. It is, even now, one of 2 major monasteries of the Tur-ad-Din and a significant centre for Syriac culture. And the range of investments that were subject to Armen did not only ensure its economic security, but also gave its monks the political influence that allowed it to permanently control the sees of Haran and Tur-ad-Din, and to secure several of its monks the office of patriarch. A Muslim context, exemption from taxation. Churches and monasteries in the Roman world were often exempt from taxation. Indeed, tax exemption might work fairly well as a broad definition of religion in the pre-industrial world. It was a right claimed by monks, clergy, and religious buildings in many different contexts in China, India, and Iran at the same time, irrespective of the fact that monks participated in different economic activities. But in an Islamic context, there was some doubt over whether or not monks could preserve the rights they'd once held under the Romans when they came under Muslim rule. Some of the 7th century papyri do suggest that monks were indeed subject to a poll tax. The response of Christian leaders was to record promises allegedly made to different communities by prominent Muslim leaders, which purported to protect them from ill treatment or taxation. Some of these claims, and these are the earliest that I think are attested, were produced at a fairly small scale and really take the form of political favours in response to miracles or gifts performed by the holy man. One example is the meeting of the missionary John of Dailam and Abdul Malik's governor of Iraq, Al-Hajjaj. It was written fairly soon after the events it describes. Another text, the life of Rabban Hormizd, narrates how the holy man competed with Miaphysites for the favor of the governors of Mosul. The life of Simeon of the Olives records the gifts that he made to Peros, governor of Nisibis, which he made in order to acquire the sites of his monasteries. And the life of Theodota of Amida describes a promise by the Illustria, who had been put in charge of taxing the region of Amida, to exclude Theodota's monastery from taxation and to pay his own poll tax personally. So that first category of examples, I think, are about personal favors, and they are just simply framed as responses to miracles or to good negotiation. But a second set of examples are recorded in later sources. They're set in the 7th century, often during the conquest, but they've been written later on, maybe in the middle of the 8th. So in Abu Yusuf's Kitab al-Kharaj, the city of Edessa is said to have concluded a very early treaty with its first Muslim conqueror, though neither Christians nor Muslims claim to actually have a document. In the life of Gabriel Kartmin, the saint is said to have received a document from the Caliph Umar from the time of the conquests, in which it was promised that Kartmin would be exempt from taxes. And the monks of Gubabaraya in northern Syria possessed a document that was said to have come from Caliph Ali, which they used to rally support for their cause among the Alids of Baghdad during a schism with Patriarch Dionysius al-Mahri. So this second category are claims to own a historical document made in the early 7th century, so made in the period of the conquests. And our third category, and most impressive ones, come from an even later set of sources, and most notable, I think, is one from the Chronicle of Syriac, which purports to preserve very long documents written in verbose style with huge signatory lists, which purport to be written by the prophet himself, in this case to the Christians of Najran. And unlike the earlier texts, which were localized promises of tax exemption or rights, these documents don't claim to deal with individual monasteries or cities, but to pertain to the whole Christian population under Muslim rule. So these sources do not allow us to determine whether or not the Muslim conquerors really did produce documents to set out terms of conquest. But I think that the pattern of the arguments that's reported in the sources is striking. The earliest of the sources report ad hoc arrangements, which make no assumption that Christian institutions hold specific rights in common. Many of the men of power in these early stories are not themselves Arabs, but they're often elites with ties to older empires who'd found themselves useful roles under a new regime. I think this first group of stories holds a greater ring of truth than their successors, which tend to be written in the 9th century, set in the early 7th, where tax rights and political links are said to have been established by the first caliphs or early conquerors, which set a precedent for later Muslim rulers. It's an attempt to bind later Muslim rulers by inventing stories about earlier figures. So if these relationships were widely believed to have been true, then it might have exerted an attraction for other religious institutions to associate themselves with a famous saint, such as Simeon of the Olives, so they could share in the special arrangements that he'd made. The stories in the Chronicle of Syriac, our third category, are the most ambitious. Their sheer length and complexity implies an increasingly literate society, and their author has added numerous cross-references to Muslim narratives about the prophet to add to its verisimilitude. The sheer number of protections that Muhammad is said to have given to the Christians is also suggestive of a changed environment, in which Muslim authorities were now threatening to destroy or expropriate religious buildings or prevent their repair, to charge taxes on monks, to conscript Christians into the army, or to force Christian women to marry them. In other words, the elaborate provisions made in the documents embedded in the Chronicle of Syriac are a response to threats that were actually being made against Christians in 10th century Iraq. Banning the construction of churches. A common theme of the Muslim legislation on the subject of the rights of protected people is that they should be banned from the construction and repair of churches. It's a prominent theme in the so-called Shurut Umar, the ordinances that were attributed to the Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab in the era of the Muslim conquest, but which were probably composed during the reign of the Abbasid Caliph al-Mutawakkil, in order to shore up his unsteady regime by underscoring differences between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Milka Levi-Rubin further situates al-Mutawakkil's decree against a backdrop of a growing anxiety about Christians impinging on Muslim spaces. So, and following practices that Muslims might find objectionable, such as the sale of alcohol and pork, ringing the Sumatra for church services, or conducting processions. Levi Rubin plausibly argues that these rulings reflected both the growing Muslim population and Christian migration to cities which have been founded since the conquests. In these cases, jurists argued that conquest agreements and the rights they claimed only pertained to individual cities, not to new foundations. And the jurists increasingly argued for universal rules that would apply to all Christians. So the creation of state-level discriminatory legislation and the attribution of this to an early caliph was a fulfillment of this longer process. It's with the emergence of the Shurut Umar in mind that it's worth stressing there are no signs in any of the hagiographies that we've discussed so far that church building was controversial in its own terms for the Muslim authorities. It was certainly necessary to grease the right palms to get access to a building site or to labourers, but opposition to the creation of religious buildings came from church institutions themselves who didn't want established monasteries to be eclipsed, or were unhappy with the attitude of a would-be monastic founder, or from other groups of Christians, rather than from Muslims. A sign that church building had started to be viewed as a controversial activity was the requirement for a patriarch or bishop to acquire a diploma, sigalayun, from a caliph or governor. Indeed, this kind of state guarantee became necessary because of a threat from Muslims, whether government officials or from the urban Muslim crowd. And it became a regular feature of the relationship between caliph and patriarch around the cusp of the Abbasid revolution in 750, at least if we follow texts such as Dionysius et al. However, it's notable that all of the diplomas that he mentions are mentioned in the chronicle after cities. So in this period, Edessa, Haran, Amida, Tikrit, Mosul, and Maifakat. And what went on in the countryside may have been much less monitored or visible, and consequently attracted less controversy. I'd like to conclude with 3 examples from Dionysius et al. In which he describes the destruction of Christian churches by Muslim government officials, often in Edessa and Haran. And this government-mandated destruction specifically targeted new churches, which implies that it was legitimated by the kind of discourse that we've seen in the Shurut Umar. The first report is very brief, and it describes a government official, a muhtasib, destroying a church in 785. It destroys, and the church is specifically said to have been built in the time of the Muslims, and the muhtasib immediately afterwards frees slaves belonging to the Christians. A muhtasib was an official role that evolved out of the position of an overseer of weights and measures used in the market. But it took on the responsibility for policing moral behaviour more broadly through encouraging good and forbidding wrong. And in this instance, it seems that the muhtasib's moral policing included ensuring that Christians and Muslims were publicly reminded of an official hierarchy in which Muslims should be superior to Christians in laws and rights. Our second example comes from Haran in 819, where the new Emir Ibrahim began to investigate newly built churches in the city. He was informed by local pagans, who may have been a localized majority of the Serbians of Haran, that these churches had been built after the Arab conquests, and that they had also become a source of scandal to the Muslims in Haran. Ibrahim immediately destroyed part or all of several Jacobite churches in Haran, as well as those of Nestorians, Chalcedonians, and Jews. But the religious confessions later came together and appealed to Ibrahim, and in response to this appeal, he allowed him to rebuild what had only recently been destroyed. So in this instance, it seems that Ibrahim was very receptive to an initial impression that local Muslims were scandalized, but backed down when different confessions showed themselves able and willing to cooperate. Nevertheless, his destruction still showed the extent of his powers and suggested that Christian institutions might only exist on sufferance. Our third example, which I place on the slide here, describes the destruction of recent buildings in 825. These buildings were built in the city of Edessa and have been put up by Dionysius' brother, the Bishop Theodosius. Here they seem to be destroyed to create new space for Islamic buildings that could dominate the cityscape, and I think it corresponds very well to the model set out by Matteo Giudetti in his paper yesterday. The narrative gives a clear impression of a chain of command. The governor cannot simply act independently, but rather has to write to the chief, the Rishana in Kalanikum, or Raqqa, who then has to communicate with the Emir Muhammad. Muhammad has executive independence, but he's ultimately subject to his brother Abdallah in Egypt, Abdallah ibn Tahir, and to whom Dionysius then appeals directly. The narrative, Dionysius' narrative emphasizes the accountability of government. Even though churches have been demolished under Yaqdan and Muhammad, Dionysius' overarching aim in the narrative is to depict his appeal to a higher source of justice as an effective strategy for an active patriarch like himself. Dionysius and Theodosius are ultimately successful in getting Abdallah to prevent further destruction. But we should also note, reading between the lines, that Yaqdan's career hardly seems to suffer after these events. Dionysius implies that Yaqdan is punished by God when he's killed in battle by rebels. But in some senses, this is also excuses Dionysius from having to admit an uncomfortable truth, that actually Yaqdan remains unpunished and retained his office. So in the cases described by Dionysius, the authorities seem very sensitive to the actions of the crowd. Muslims from nearby cities can support a governor by pointing out recent building. Non-Muslims are sometimes able to band together and defy a governor, and they're ultimately able to rebuild what had been destroyed. And in the final example, Dionysius is able to intervene by going over the head of the governor to the caliph. The function of Dionysius' narrative is to make Islamic government seem, in theory at least, accountable and just. And this rhetoric is part of his self-presentation as a useful and effective leader of a Miapazite community. But the rhetoric seeks to endorse the caliph's monopoly of violence and the justice of his law. I think that for Dionysius, the caliph, and he alone, does have the right to demolish churches. But it's a mark of Dionysius' own effectiveness as patriarch that he's able to convince the caliph to preserve churches and remit taxes on rented buildings, shops, and gardens. Conclusions. Elke Klein, in her landmark book on the Jews of Barcelona, makes an important distinction between autonomy by design and autonomy by default. It's a distinction that would fit the evidence that we've examined here. The world evoked in the life of Simeon of the Olives or the life of Theodora of Amida was one where Muslim authorities were peripheral and are only encountered in small numbers or in cities. When holy men negotiate with the powerful, it's often with locals who are appointees of the Arabs rather than with Arabs themselves. In this environment, church and monastery building and patronage were stimulated by a low-tax regime and by interconfessional competition. This infrastructure that had been provided during this 7th century low-tax era, this infrastructure survived the disempowerment of these aristocracies in the region as the state began to strengthen its grip through higher taxation, the employment of new men from the east, and growing suspicion of Christians employed in highly placed roles. The survival of that infrastructure became contingent in the 9th century on cultivating an autonomy by design, where the patriarch came to represent the caliph's rule as fundamentally beneficent. Dionysius played his role as an advocate to Al-Ma'mun well, but we should note that it was a very vulnerable position, which depended on the favour of Al-Ma'mun's successors and their ability to restrain their own subjects. In conditions of political strife before and after Al-Ma'mun's reign, the patriarch's ability to advocate for his co-religionists and to produce an autonomy by design dwindled in turn. Thank you.
Okay, no. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, that's the first part. Now I have to do this. Yes. No. 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 I have to. Yes. Okay. Normally it would be. Oh yeah, I know. It's always the same problem. Now it's. Yeah. think now it's gone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Simon and Maria, for inviting me. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Oh. How does this work? Is it better now? No. Well, you will hear some names and things again after Philip's talk. So the region I'll be focusing will be, as Simon said, northwestern Mesopotamia, and it's in the boundaries of Turkey today, the part of Mesopotamia which is under Turkey today. So under the Byzantines, the region. Oh, okay. Okay. Under the Byzantines, the region was raided by wars between Byzantines and Sasanians over the centuries, and by 639-640, all of Mesopotamia, the part I'm talking about, was under Arab rule. As the frontier shifted to the west of Taurus Range, there was in fact finally some stability in the region. Due to the Christological disputes between the Chalcedonian Imperial Church and the local Syriac community, there has been different views about the situation of the Christians of the region after the conquest. In this presentation, I would like to concentrate on architectural evidence coupled with some textual sources and hope to visualize, although in a very limited way, the Christian landscape of northern Mesopotamia in the early Islamic period. First, I want to mention the churches in the cities and then focus on the rural Trabzon region. I start with Nisibis. You have already seen this building in Narmin and Simon's paper. Philip has already mentioned the accounts in the life of Simeon of the Olives and his building activities. The picture provided by the life is that the church of Morteodor was built despite the resistance of the East Syrian community with the permission of the Halef, who actually lived a century later, in fact, and the support of the local rulers. So we see here very different motivations about these accounts. Like the adoption of a city which had an East Syrian past as a West Syrian city, the desire to picture a powerful Syrian Orthodox bishop that could build in an important city like Nisibis, probably in the times when the Arabs were no longer tolerant towards church building. So I think all these building activities about Nisibis are in the interpolation of the text in the 10th century. Jack Tanus discussed this in detail, but he thought the building activities were actually original. But I think the building activities in Nisibis are also problematic because you find very similarities with Solita, for example. So I doubt their accuracy. I will return to Simeon several times in my paper, but if I go back to the building, there is no archaeological evidence about Simeon's activities in Nisibis. In the baptistry, the 4th century baptistry, we have some piers built against the fantastic architectural sculpture of the doors. And you will see in my paper later that these piers were very common in the 8th century churches of the region. In this northern part of the baptistry, the church, a new church was created in the baptistry itself, and it was probably completed in 758 by Bishop Cyprian, when the 5-aisled cathedral, which is next to this building, was no longer in use. As for other cities, sources mention the building and restoration of some churches. For example, Halif Muawiya rebuilt the dome of the Cathedral of Edessa, which had been destroyed by the great earthquake of 678. Athanasios Bargumaye, a wealthy Christian of Edessa, built
the Church of Mother of God and a baptistry. In 752, around the time of the Abbasid Revolution, Bishop Athanasius Sandalaya, who later became patriarch, built a magnificent church in Martyropolis. And in 768, the people of Amida renovated their great church, which is claimed to be built by the Emperor Heraclius. But for none of this, we have archaeological evidence, basically. But these are mentioned in the sources, which are later. Based on his study of 28 Syriac inscriptions, Andrew Palmer argued that there was a late 8th, early 9th century cemetery of East Syrians in the necropolis of Dara. Dara was an important frontier city founded by Emperor Anastasius in the early 6th century. And Maria Mango had already suggested that East Syrians and their clergy might have lived in Dara already when it was taken by the Persians in 573. But it's equally possible that they settled there after the Arab conquest. Excavations started again in Dara, and we may now know more about this later. As we heard from Mattia yesterday, mosques were built in dialogue with the Christian landscape, which they were in the cities, and they were not simply substitutes for churches. And I think there is some archaeological and textual evidence that suggests that later, I mean, 11th and 12th century mosques of the cities of Mesopotamia were possibly built on earlier mosques. These earlier mosques seem to be near the cathedral of the city. For example, in Nisibis, 12th century Zayn al-Abidin Mosque is next to the Five-Aisles Basilica. In Martyropolis, I mean, I don't mention Simeon Olive's Mosque because I don't think it ever happened. In Martyropolis, the medieval mosque was also just to the south of the cathedral. In the case of Amida, there is archaeological evidence for the presence of an earlier building in the foundations of the Great Mosque. If it's a church, it's still disputed. In Urfa, we see fragments of an earlier building in the courtyard of the Great Mosque as well, but also a subterranean structure was found during a partial excavation. So in cities, existing churches continued to function, and probably no new churches were built, but in the countryside, the elites seem to have continued to thrive, and as Philip argued, the low tax regime probably may have stimulated church building or rebuilding. Turabdin is a limestone plateau to the east of the region I'm talking about. Despite being under Muslim rule since the 7th century, why are you laughing?
I'm just impressed by it.
Yeah, here you see the stars, green stars are villages, red squares are monasteries. So it was very dotted with villages and monasteries. Do you have a question?
No, it seems it's the other way around. No?
Yes, sorry.
No, the green stars are the monasteries.
Yes, right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. So it's retained its Christian character actually until the last century, and it retained also its importance and holiness amongst the Syrian Orthodox community. It's a remarkable cultural landscape, and Gertrude Bell, like a century ago, more than a century ago now, suggested an early Islamic date for 4 churches in Turabdin. 3 of them were village churches. 1 is a monastic church, and she could, of course, record only a limited number of churches, and we can today actually extend this 4 churches. There are probably more. That's my main argument. So Morkuryakos at Arnos and Morzozoel at Kefarzi were the 2 churches she taught of an Islamic date, which are village churches. They have hall type plan, which is very typical to the village churches of the region. Here you see many examples of the type, but not for all we can suggest an early Islamic date. They are long in the east-west direction, as you see here. They have a narthex parallel to the nave. They have a semicircular apse, which is flat from the outside. Gertrude Bell taught the first church, the one Morsobo, in Haf, is the prototype of these churches, and this was probably built in the 6th century. And it was when and some people argued that this was actually the cathedral of the bishopric of Trabzon. Its sculpture clearly shows 6th century features, which doesn't exist in other hall-type churches. And this church probably underwent a considerable rebuilding in the 8th century, mainly the addition of these piers you see here. Oh, you can't see my mouse. The piers are clearly added later because they block the windows, they block the nice sculpture of the apse here. And in 9 other hall-type churches, we find some features that we can date to the early Islamic period, and I will try to explain why. This argument is mainly based on the piers of these churches, which are actually very confusing. I have argued in the past that there were many earthquakes in the region in the 8th century, which were recorded in the Chronicle of Zuhdim, which is a very problematic text, but it is very strange to find that there was a wave of restoration, and it seems like all these churches received these piers at around the same time. The piers show a wide variety in terms of building techniques, which makes it difficult to have a final conclusion about them. Some have large stone blocks, some are alternating piers, bricks and stones, and some are only bricks, for example. The reason for suggesting an 8th century date for the piers with brick in them and with was thinking that these piers were probably built for the vault above them, and the brick vault of Mª Ángeles UTRERO was the reference for that. This is not a hall-type church, as you see. It's a monastic church, which is long in the north-south direction, the opposite direction, and it's very typical to the region. But we can still use it as a reference because it has an inscription just under the vault, dating the renovation, the restoration of the church to 752. Although it has been argued in the past that the church was completely rebuilt in that time, I think the main construction in this church in the 8th century was the building of the vault. And the inscription lists the benefactors, and the 25 of them, some of whom were from the village, and the amount of money that they gave. Some gave 1 zuzo, others gave more than 100. And as Philip mentioned, hagiography as an instrument of encouraging faithful to make donations, and I think these inscriptions were serving the same purpose. No matter how much you pay, you are acknowledged, and this is encouraging. The person who gave more is listed at the top, of course, but not strictly. Here you see that, for example, there's 15, but there's 5 here, for example. Probably he's more important, I don't know. But there is an element of probably elite display here, although it's not easy to read this inscription from the ground level. That's something else to consider. But maybe ensuring a place in heaven, as Philip said, might have been the main motivation in this case. So if you look, the inscription is here, you see, here, and this brick technique seemed to be repeated in the period that we are focusing. This herringbone pattern and this imbrices start to be seen in the region, and it becomes so, the brick becomes so popular, even the stone arches were painted like they are bricks. We see the same style of using the bricks in different churches, as you see here, the same imbrices, here, and here you see the herringbone pattern. So I suggest maybe we can use this as a indicator of a similar date. Now I would like to turn my attention to the fourth church that well dated to the early Islamic period, and that's the Church of Yoldat Allahu, Mother of God at Hah. She called this church the crowning glory of Turabbin. It is in a village, but has a different type of plan, a combination of whole type and transverse type plan. So as you see, it's like in a monastic church, it is long in the north-south direction, but like a whole type church, it has a large apse archivolt. It is in the middle of a village. So this is, I consider, an innovative type. So they were experimenting with the forms. And I compare this with, for example, an early Islamic palace building in Amman and some Armenian churches. So I think they were aware of what was going on in those places. And this is a unique building in that respect. So, but they were, the display of skill was also the case, I think, in this example. The sculpture in this church and in many others that date to the 8th century lost their flashy character and became heavily stylized. Robert Osterholt included Turabbin in his monumental Byzantine architecture textbook. This is very encouraging. And he calls this type of sculpture desiccated classical motifs, like they lost the, they became more abstract. Here you see the same sort of sculpture in the churches that I have already shown, plans above, and their decoration too, as you see, are abstraction of the classical style. To make myself more clear, I want to show, for example, these are 6th century sculpture, but these are later and abstracted 8th century sculpture. Here you see a drawing that I made. For example, these are all 6th century examples in the region. But for example, in the 8th century, you get new new bands of motifs. You lose dentils, for example. You lose wine scrolls, meanders, again lift, which are very classical sculpture. But you get like flower-like motifs, interlaced circles, plating. So sculpture is another tool we can use for dating these churches to this period, I think. Another distinguishing feature of these churches are the crosses in the apse. So I try to add like plans, sculpture, and then crosses. These crosses, of course, there is no one dated for certainly, but they come together with the sculpture. So I think when you don't have the sculpture and have the cross, maybe you can use it as a tool as well to date. I couldn't resist putting this. I'm sorry. This beautiful cross here, and you see it here again. This is the cover of my recent book, which came out only a month ago. And this photo is by Mª Ángeles, who is the son of the priest of Mardin Kırklar Church. Betslutho was mentioned today as well. And this means house of prayer, and they appear in the courtyards of the whole of the village churches of the region. And they seem to be introduced after the Arab conquest. Actually, one of them, Mª in Heshterek, was dated to 771 by an inscription recorded by Ponyon, but unfortunately this has disappeared. It is difficult to date others, but similar crosses that I showed appear in some of them. So maybe we can use them as a tool to date them. So our focus so far has been on the village churches. Now I want to move to the monasteries. Philip has mentioned Mor Gabriel Monastery several times, and it is the bishopric of Turabbin today. And here is the main church which you see here, and I think the extent of the monastery in the 6th century was up to here, because this church has features that we make us that let us date it to 6th century. There's a Bet Kadisha here. There's another probably Bet Kadisha. Some people thought this is a baptistry, but I think it's a Bet Kadisha. In late antiquity, it was already a large building, and probably it was extended in the 8th century as Life of Simeon Olives say. Simeon renewed and adorned the monastery of Mor Gabriel. He built fields, farms, houses, shops, mills, gardens, and enclosures for that monastery. And there is, in fact, an inscription dating to the 8th century, to 757, mentioning that a portico was built. And similar brickwork is seen in the Dome of the Egyptian, as you see here. So I suggest maybe we can suggest an 8th century date for that building as well. So as I mentioned earlier, the 8th century inscriptions of Mor Yaqub es-Salah enables us to date this monastery to the, not the monastery, but restoration of the monastery to the 8th century. New monasteries, although much smaller, were also founded. Here is the monastery of Mor Yohannan at Ha. It can be relatively securely dated to 739 by an inscription. As you see, this is the church of the monastery, and the enclosure is only about like 3 times more than the church. So it was a tiny monastery in that respect. We learn from the life of Theodute of Amida, who died in 698, that the possibly Christian governors of the region patronized monasteries for holy men in the region. Elustria, the governor of Dara, told Theodute that he could stay in the monastery of his choice without paying taxes. He said that he himself would pay them out of his own house as long as the holy man lived. Theodute later built a new monastery near that of Mor Abai, above Kılıç, on the site of the original monastic settlement, and a martyrium by the invitation of Elustria. Here, today we only see some walls, and there is a burial chamber, and this place is known as the monastery of Theodute today. After the Arab conquest, not only the extent of the monastic enclosure was reduced, as I showed just a few minutes ago, but the churches themselves were reduced too. So these are all 6th century churches, and this is a late 6th century Yohannan of Fone, which we have the same slide, so we can. Our dating is based on that, which is not very strong, I must say. But here you see Mort Maryam Magloito at Fah and Mor Yohannan at Fah, which have very small churches. This slide shows some of the possible 8th century examples with sculptures similar to those I mentioned earlier in the village churches. So you see the same abstraction of forms, the sculpture. There's an inscription here that I mentioned earlier in Mor Yohannan as well. These are all in half, by the way, in a single village. The Bishop of Trabzon resided in Mor Gabriel, but a separate bishop was consecrated briefly in the mid-8th century, and he probably resided in Ha. Chronicle of Zignin also tells that there was a false prophet in Ha who managed to attract groups of people to the village in 769. Thus, in the 8th century, Ha seems to have prospered. These 4 monasteries and the Church of Yodot Aloho, which was fantastic, and Morsobo, which was the largest village church, were all in Ha. So this is why this village is called Anıtlı in Turkish, which means full of monuments. Another significant continuity is in terms of aesthetic practices. In the life of Simeon of the Olives, we are told that Simeon brought the relics of Morlozor from Harran and built a monastery and a column for recluses in this monastery. A tower actually survives in the middle of a monastery, which is called Morlozor today, and has an inscription dating its construction to 791. But Simeon died in 734, so nearly 60 years before the date on the column. So 791 may be a restoration date, a date added later, or the tower was later related to Simeon. We don't know all this. But the church of the monastery has no sculpture. Oh. But there are some large ester blocks which in fact make us doubt about the account in the life, because the life gives the impression that the monastery was built from scratch. Not only the continuation of the extreme aesthetic practice, but also the innovative form of the column is remarkable, I think. It combines the function of a tower and a stylized column, but I will, as I have very little time, I will skip this, but it's not similar to Simeon's, the younger column, or the elder Simeon's column. It's something else, it's masonry, it has a drainage, so it is very complicated. But maybe these innovations show that actually the masons were skilled and their skill was recognized further afield. I think you will mention about Comet and the inscription there that talks about the Anjar quarry. So I will leave that to you. But I want to go back to something else. That's why I'm showing this slide again. We have mentioned the power of the local Christian elites active both in the cities and in the countryside. In the countryside, we also find villagers from several villages coming together for a building project. Philip mentioned interconfessional competition, and we have mentioned about building a church in the East Syrian city of Nisibet, the account of building a church. So now I want to finish with two examples from Trabzon. One is the Church of Mor Yohannan Daylamaya, also referred as John of Daylam. Philip also mentioned this, I think. This church, known as Mor Yohannan in Kılıç, is actually dedicated to this East Syrian saint. So according to his life, John of Daylam visited the Halif Abdel Malik in Damascus and received permission to build churches and monasteries, I quote, throughout our entire empire wherever he wants. His expenses will be provided from my royal treasury, end of quote. The Halif wrote another letter to the effect that tribute was not to be exacted from any of the priests, monks, teachers, and leaders of the Christians. So Andrew Palmer argues that it's possible that the Church of John of Daylam at Kılıç was built in the reign of Abdülmelik as part of the East Syrian expansion into former Roman territory. I have already showed this church with other churches, and you can see that it's not any different from West Syrian churches. And today there is no memory amongst the community that this church was an East Syrian church. The only source for proving that it's dedicated to John of Daylam is in Barsaum's record of a 15th record of a colophon of a 15th century manuscript. The other example that I want to show is Mor Abraham of Kashgar, known as the Great Monastery. Abraham made reforms in the monastic life and is known as the father of the Eastern monks. The church of Mor Abraham has been dated to the 6th century based on its delicate sculpture around the apse. Today, it's not well preserved, but you can make out it's different than the 8th century examples that I showed. It's more similar to the Church of Mor Soboeta in terms of the fleshiness of the classical character of the sculpture. But the loose fragments in the church, which were reused, also there are some loose fragments and there are some reused blocks, which have or 8th century style of sculpture, let's say. So the apse of this church is also like similar to Yodat, although I am finishing, sorry. But the reason that I wanted to show this is that in the 6th century, East Syrians were differentiating their monasteries by building in the east-west direction, whereas West Syrians were building in the north-south. But after the Arab conquest, they didn't care about differentiating anything. That's the impression I get from this building, and that's the reason why I wanted to show this example. So to conclude, at least around 30 churches and monasteries that have survived in Trabzon seems to have been built or rebuilt. I cannot say for sure if they are, because there is no archaeology. This is all based on standing buildings. In some, there are traces of earlier foundations, like large, big blocks in the foundation levels. But my dating is basically based on inscriptions, textual material, brickwork, and existence of basciuto and crosses in the apses, as well as the architectural decoration. So while new monasteries were founded on small scales, old monasteries such as Morgabria received further buildings. And the two church types predominated the region continued after the Arab conquest, although the sizes of the churches shrinked. And different denominations did not seem to have different architectural preferences after the conquest, but this is a hypothesis now, and this has to be studied in further detail. Thank you very much.
Here, from the point of view of the written accounts of building new churches in the Syrian Orthodox world.
Yeah. Come in. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you, Philippe and Elif, for your very wonderful papers. And I will try to follow. Is there a problem? Oh, sorry. Yes, I will try to keep in the same scientific level of the former paper, and trying to confront the textual sources and some archaeological features, but I'm not a specialist, obviously, and trying to see mostly, basically, the process of church building during early Islam, and trying to explain the process at the end of the 8th century and early 9th century of church destruction, church destroying process, and trying to compare the Christian Syriac sources and the Arab Muslim sources, which is always my my methodology. I should say. Oh yeah, I know what is the problem now. Always the same problem, but it happened to me also. Now it's okay. Yeah. So. I didn't remember it. That was my first slide. But in the actual context, we can figure out what was I think the context of the late 8th and early 9th century, and this is my case because all our legal sources, our first legal sources, our most important legal sources are from this period, and also our historiographical sources. And the main issue was not only construction of churches, obviously it was the main issue, but there was also public processions, the simandron, you know, it's with wood, something ding, 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 like that, and public process outside of the church. That was obviously a problem.
And I think it's my hypothesis. It's that the legal sources, the historiographical sources, and also the Christian sources that were, for the most part, written in the 9th century, they have this idea of what was the church building in the 7th century, and that's why it's complicated for them and also for us to accept the idea that churches were built during the 7th and the early 8th century, as I will try to show. And it basically it's what on this slide is what I wanted to resume here to synthesize the idea that the soul literature always tries to find way to ensure the possibility to keep building churches, to have this worship, publicity, visibility, and fiscal privilege for clerics, and you can find in some cases exceptional right to have simandron in the streets, for example, in the Euphrates, which is a very interesting situation. And I will emphasize on this particularity of early Islamic law of the 8th century that was a little bit forgotten, lost in the 9th and 10th century, and when the Shurut Omariya became the official constitutional paper, but it was not the constitutional document at this time. At this time, there was a missed exception. It's a Muslim cities, the Muslim founded cities like Kufa, like Basra, like Fustat, like Kairouan, like Merv-Rud in Central Asia, these kind of cities. They were Muslim and they were considered as not to the Christians and Jews, non-Muslim were not considered authorized to build. But obviously we have sources, we have proofs of church building in the Ansar. Thus, the rule of the Ansar is, even the rule of the Ansar is a late law. So we have also in the same idea of contemporary comparison, if you can make a parallel, we have conspiracy theory linked to the church building. And Philip already spoke about the Yarkdan case in Edessa, and there is a conspiracy theory at this time. I think it's because he has an advisor, which is a Chalcedonian. I think maybe I mixed up because there is a lot of cases, but Dionysius is always making the case that the governor is a good governor, the caliph is a good caliph, but there is conspiracy. Even the schismatics, even the heretics, even the Muslim crowd, even the judge, but not the governor or the caliph. And you have here this idea that you know, church building is connected with Roman spying for Romans or helping the adversary, helping the enemy. And I will try to emphasize that the early destruction of churches happened in the Thorur region, in the frontier region. And the frontier region is very close from the northwestern Mesopotamia, where the Syriac Miaphysite church was at the time of Dionysius. And Dionysius was himself living in the Thorur region. So you have this case, it was the Muslims, the Chalmonais, who were making these defamations, and again you have the schismatics, the Gouboye, another monastery rival with the monastery and the network of Dionysius. So, and you can find the same kind of conspiracy theory today. And so I will not focus on this particular, but it's Philip Wood, very interesting work that inspires my reflections of how they were managing with the upper church and the upper clergy. There is three periods, Umayyads and Proto-Umayyad, pre-Sufyanid and Maronid moments, when there were church building with no particular exception. And then the first bans and limitations. And after, you have a series of church destructions. And I quoted here the dates that Dionysius gave us. And I will try to conclude on this chronology, but it could be another paper. And we have really in the Syriac sources of the 8th and 9th century, the earliest, one, you find continuity. You cannot be sure if this saint built this church in 625, in 635, in 645. You don't feel any difference between before the conquest or after the conquest. And this is the case until 700, approximately. So, so it's difficult to know what was in the Muslim time and was it an Islamic time at the 7th century. It was just the post-Byzantine and Sasanian time, if you look at the hagiographical sources. So you have many cases of this kind of continuity difficult to figure out. You have obviously Rabban Hormiz, that the governor of Mosul, they helped the heretics, in this case they are the Mayaphysites, to build to repair their monastery and to build the church with money collected by the Mayaphysites. But you have also in Ishoyab III a letter from this period in 640, and he's mentioning the building of a church, and it's probably in early Islam, if we can speak of early Islam in this case. And you have a lot of cases in Ishodna of Basra's book. Ishodna of Basra was living in the 9th century, but I will try to show you many examples. But here you have a new monastery built in the 7th century, and you have a lot of attestation in Bar Ebraeus of 3 churches built in Takrit in this continuum between 630 and 690, 700. So you had the case of Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad, who was the governor of Iraq before Al-Hajjaj ibn Yusuf came and helped John of Dylan, that we spoke a lot about. And just before, Ubaydullah ibn Ziyad was hailed by this Mar Abda ibn Hanif, that was living obviously in the Kufa region. And the text said that he came to his grave and began to thank God, and who had granted him his leg because he repaired his leg, God through the monk, through the saint's prayer. And he made to the monk a large bir, and bir is this in the dictionary. So I let you understand what he means, but some kind of almond, and he's helping to the martyrian construction and visitation. That's obvious. And you have the very interesting 676 synod that we already speak about. Françoise talked about the 676 council, I think, maybe someone else, I don't remember. And obviously in this canon 2, the canon first is against the heretics, the canon 2 is against people who are, as you said, Pierre-Louis, who are building churches without the consent of the bishop. And this council was in Arabia. The council was in Bet Qatraye, in the actual island of Bahrain. So 50 years after the Islamization of the region. And there is no mention of any lame civilian authority, political power or something, just problems between secular elites and clerical, lowman clerical and the upper clergy. And you have also the case of the Church of Ostad I wanted to speak about, but to let it to Audrey, but as Audrey cannot speak, maybe I will try to explain it. You have the case that already Elif presented, and it's whole case study very interesting because you have this common source and Dionysius Syriac source and Agathus of Manbij Arabic source and Theophanes Greek source. I think in this case it's a common Greek source from the late 7th century that Maria Contano points out. And so I cannot explain you why, because it's very complicated. So in the Syriac version, they are explaining that Muawiyah, like he built the church because he had a revelation like Heraclius, you know, and like Heraclius, he wanted he was going to defeat Ali, and he had the revelation that he will win. That is the Syriac explanation, but it's a late, I think, Syriac explanation. In the Greek text, it's just normal. They are just collecting funds to rebuild, and Muawiyah is just passing in the region, but there is no specific problem. And just
a reminder of the 11 columns. It just came in my mind today because Qubbat al-Silsila was built in the time of Muawiyah. So I think Muawiyah had some kind of Christian, he was not a Christian, obviously, but he maybe had some kind of, how do you say, synthesis ideology. He wanted to make something special. I don't know, but you have these 11 columns. And so I keep on the Ambobema problem. And the church, that's today in Takrit, they call it Ahudemma's church. I don't think it's Ahudemma's church. I think Ahudemma's church is just here. But here is the mosque, exactly as Mattia described, they cut the basilical complex because there were a lot of churches, at least 3 on the citadel and maybe 1 down, all built in the 7th and 8th century. And so you have here a church that is for sure between 650 and 750. So you can have these elements because of the textual sources, because they don't know anything in Takrit before. And we can suppose it's the same shape of then has the foundation of the Church of Ahudemme in the 700s, something like that. The references are all in Bar Ebrahus. Bar Ebrahus is not exempted of mistakes. He makes a lot of mistakes, a lot, but in this case, I think it's credible. In the opposite side, you have Kanisat al-Abid. In Kanisat al-Abid, you have this very interesting plaque that is referring to the Church of the Hassisian, and the Hassisians were not very known, and now we know for sure where is their monastery. It's the same shape of monastery you all show, so I will not highlight on this issue, just to mention that the style, the architecture look like a lot with Takrit, and it's the same theme, it's the same moment. So we have no proof of the early building of this monastery and this church, but then you have like dozens of mentions in the Isha'Adna's book and in Thomas of Margam book of foundation. I just selected 2 examples in Isha'Adna's book for the early 8th century. So we have, when we have dates for this foundation, so he died 19 years, he died old in 746, so you can imagine when he founded the monastery. Joseph also, he came to the desert, etc. In all cases, we have dates. We have, obviously, in the cities, we have the church of the new church of the Mayaphysites. Before there were no church in Haran, it seems. So it's the first cathedral in the time when Haran became the capital of all the north, of all the Umayyad north. So they have to have cathedral. And Simon of Khatmin, Simon of the Olives, that Elif and Philip would already talk about, he became the first bishop of Haran for the Mayaphysites. And from this point, he controls all the church is controlled by Khatmin in the Jazira and a lot of places. And in Nisibis, the same, and I will not emphasize on the issue of the Bet Sluto, but in the life of Gabriel, not the life in Simon, it is said that he founded a Bet Sluto, so an annex of the church, and this annex for the church became the mosque. It was for the Tayoye. It was the mosque for the Tayoye. And I think it's the life of Gabriel, I think it's for the end of the 8th century, and they were just proving that even the mosque of the Muslims in Nisib was Christian founded and was a part of the Christian church. So you have also a case of the early foundation of the first cathedral of the Mayaphysites in Antioch. Same problem. They were not present in Antioch. Antioch is of course Carthaginian. So they built their church in the time of Yazid, and we know it from Michael the Great. And Michael the Great also highlights on the foundation of some kind of martyrion, because on this martyrion you can read an inscription, and on this inscription he knows that there is a martyr called Mu'ad. That is why you can understand why I'm interested for church foundation, because Mu'ad was a Christian Arab, as Michael said. I'm not sure it's true, but he wrote it in the monastery in the region of Dara, because the bishop, a status of Dara,
asked for his body, took it away, and built a monastery on it. And we are in the time of Muhammad ibn Marwan in the 700s. The foundation of Harran and Nizib. Harran and Nizib were the two capitals of this regime. So again, Elif's very already presented all these churches. The Church of Anbar, I think you did not present it, but it's very in the same region, just in the plain, not on to the Abdin, but in the plain between Dara, 2 kilometers from Dara. So it could be this kind of, I don't know, maybe, why not? Because both churches, if I understand right, they are maybe from the 7th or 8th century, could be or not? Okay, I don't know. But there is another case when we have stratigraphy, because in all this conference, we are always, do we have stratigraphy, and no one speaks about this case. So we have 2 very important articles about the Tunaynir church. It's on the upper Khabur. Tunaynir was the castrum or in the border of the Romanian Empire. So we are in the West Syrian environment. And the church was at the beginning like a house. And at the middle of the 7th century, late 7th century, the dark part was built, see? And then in the 8th century, they reshaped it with the narthex and some elements and the apse. So they reshaped it, and it looked like a lot, I think, this kind of churches. But I don't know. In Tunaynir? Not in what I read. Not in what I read, it's all 7th century. In any case, I don't know. Okay, it's interesting discussion. I don't know. In fact, in Tunaynir, it's outside the city. It's in a monastery, and the city was growing up during the 7th and the 8th century. That's what archaeological survey shows. And when the city touched the place, they were increasing the size of the monastery. And this is the so-called Church of Anjar. So you can see the apse, and it's the plan. So you see that I have the proof that from the from the entry of Anjar. Yes, the Church of Bakhra. Bakhra was obviously from the Tetrarchy castrum, so could be a church from the Tetrarchy. I don't know. There is this issue that indeed Elif was referring to of the case of Anjar and the case of the teams who went and all went from northeastern Mesopotamia. Only one is from Edessa, and he wrote he writes in Greek and in Syriac. And it is interesting because it pronounces Gabriel and not Gabriel. So we know that the Aleph is pronounced Olaf. And at this time, and we have a lot of details of these teams, and they are organized by, the priests, diacons, laymen. It's very interesting, and it could be a way to explain why in the Umayyad period you have so many Sasanian forms and shapes and ornamental. In Armen, it's the plan, and also all the decoration is Sasanian. It's Sasanian inspired, or it's post-Sasanian. It is the architecture developed at this moment. So, and I already mentioned this case, but I think it's interesting. You have mentions of fly and stone building, and in the 8th century, in Thomas of Marga's book from the 9th century also. And you have in one case, he explains that it was built by Umayyads III in the 650s, and then rebuilt in the 8th century, and from mud brick to stone. And in one case, he precised that it's stone and limes. I think it's important for them to go from the mud brick to the stone, but it's just a guess. We can discuss that. This is 2nd century Hijri foundation of monasteries in Pardu, in Nuhadra, in Zinai, in Isla, near the Turabdin, the Nestorian Turabdin, if you want. Bet Garmai, Haditha, New City. Hit on the Euphrates, it's the bridge on the road. Again, the road is a very important topic indeed. Yeah,
Elif already mentioned that there is the BRIQUEL-CHATONNET with an inscription from 747. It was founded. Taqnat is founded, so cannot say anything else that there is a confirmation. Thomas of Marga, and there is epigraphy, and you have Marmema, which could be a rebuild, but he said built at Ban. So I don't know. It has to be discussed. You have many other cases actually that I cannot work on, but I will try to move forward a little bit. And yeah, I already showed that, I think. So yeah. There is this hypothesis that already Philippe already spoke about, that there were a very dynamic of layman foundations in this period of aristocratic people, and Hojairabad is perhaps, it's another case study possible, but Hojairabad is perhaps a retrojection because of the toponym, you know, but it could be discussed. But there is this Shubhale issue whose Herians migrate into Mosul, as a lot of people in the 8th century. And in his case, it's very obvious in the text that he was making a foundation for himself. He was a very rich merchant, and he came to the monastery, and the monastery gave him a part of land to build his own cells and stuff. So it's kind of waqf in the 8th century, and we are in the 760s. So, and we have Abu Yusuf, the big, great Qadi of this time, that was very, very angry about this kind of people of the Sawamir, that people of the towers, of the recluse towers, that want to transfer their wealth to look like poor, to not pay taxes, but they are not poor, they are not real poor, that's just work foundation. So I will not have any time to speak about the process of destruction of churches, but, and I will let the case, very interesting case of Khalid al-Qasri's church in Kufa, that is highlighting, in fact, in the Arabic historiography, the case that in the East you cannot build church. We have proofs of church building, but at this time, in the 740s, 750s, after Khalid al-Qasri's was banned, there was, this, yes, I mean, yeah. It was an important feature of the time. 750s, the 760s, no church in the East. Khalid al-Qasri is a bad governor, and this is a proof of his bad behavior. So you have this very interesting date in Theophan. Theophan was very young at this time, but you know, it's the sources match with the time. And he said that Salih ibn Ali, which is the uncle of the Caliph, when he was ruling over Syria, he banned new churches, Nea Ecclesia. And that is always the same expression you find in legal sources and in Syriac sources. So it's muhaddatha, is hadditha, is hatta in Syriac. And you have this crisis of this church of Echnesh in the Euphrates. And the crisis is, so I will finish on this case because it's the first. It's in 779, and you will understand why. Again, I'm interesting because I work on Christian Arab tribes, because it's about the it's an analytic chronicle with I think the early there is encadré, I don't know in English, between the birth of Jesus and the death of Jesus. Okay, and the dates were the Hijra, Sifin, and 2 dates in that for very unknown events of the 680s and 690s. And after you have only 1 date, is 777. So there is a big gap, and you don't understand why. So it could be a reconstruction, and this is the geographical situation. And so Ahnash is in the middle, and the road you see between Khaneshre and Qaishum is the road of Dionysius, because he was living in this environment a little bit later. And below the
the last year, you have another year that was added by another hand or another in another context. About just 2 years later, 2 years after the Roman invasion, of two events of destruction of churches and the conversions of Christian Arabs of the region, because Christian Arabs were living in the region because they were serving in the army. And I think it's a time, very important time. And in Michael the Great, it's organized like that, you know, Ecclesiastical Chronicle, the Civil Chronicle, and the Aliyah. And the history of the Tanakh is the Civil Chronicle, and it's normal because I think it comes from Arabic sources, not from Christian sources. But it's connected with the history of the Muhtasib. And the Muhtasib, I don't know if I have it here. Yes, at the time when Mahdi began to rule over the Arabs, he sent a man called Muhtasib to pull down the churches that had been built in the time of the Tayyoye. And he ordered to sell the Christian slaves. Many churches were destroyed and the slaves fled. The church of the Chalcedonian in Aleppo was destroyed. So, and the Muhtasib is not a name. Muhtasib is a function. So it's interesting because the Syriac sources, they don't understand, but you have also the Greek version in Theophan. And he gives another name again. It's Muchesias, the Zealot. And I think we are exactly in a time of major change. And I will finish on this because I have just 1 minute. It could be some kind of conclusion to enter the legal Islamic sources that, for the most part of you won't be very interested in. Very, yeah. It's in Al-Andalus, a very important chronicle of Mosul for the 8th century. We don't have the first part, we don't have the last part. We just have for the 8th century. And he's mentioning that Al-Mahdi, when he was heading to make the war to repel the Roman invasion, that was one of the first Roman invasions since like 50 years. And he was just crossing through Mosul. And when he was in Mosul, he was in the middle of the crisis inside the city of Mosul. And the city of Mosul is exactly the kind of city that has a sulh. And Dionysius presents a sulh 50 years later. He presents a sulh about Mosul, but it's also a myth. It's an Arab city. It's an Arab-founded city. It was founded by the conquerors. So it's complicated for Mosul. And we don't know. When Al-Mahdi entered Mosul, the Christian came in complaint to him. So they do a petition because of the destruction of their church, exaggerating it. Some people of the church, known as Martuma, had brought into the territory of the church something that was not there. So they had a church and they put like some extension, some like no, the Christians were accused to have entered another territory, a territory that was not on their part. And I will finish, sorry, with that. Sharman? Sharmat, yeah. Oh, yeah, Shalmat. Yeah.
Sharman actually is in the Afra or Akre region in Kurdistan.
Yeah.
And we have many churches and we remind of churches in the region that Masnaga said the Adi and the church that we show it, the Marodisho, is in same region of Afra.
Okay.
And
I can try to
yes, and here
to find where is the reference, because is this one? No. Yeah.
But you have also here, we talk about the village there, and others, and we have the church, and Yakut Hamawi, we mentioned also Sherman for the région de Grenade. C'est très célèbre.
Je ne sais pas où je l'ai mise.
Shalmat.
Thank you very much for the paper, and so now I want to buy your book. I have two questions about church to Conference. So, so on one side of church, there is like a social aid, and it's leading to its portico of the entry of the building, and it's leading to a roof. So I guess it's not a sanctuary, but you know what is the function of this roof?
Those annexing acts.
Yes, but it's yeah, but it's more lateral than in other churches. So, and regarding the fact that you could have one type of east-west building oriented for the main and north-south. So you said it may be related to eastern or western types. So you can develop.
In the village churches, they use this classical east-west oriented churches, and the annex, we don't know the function of the annexes, but one of them might be the place where we deposited the relics of the saints, because in Turkey there are lots of local saints and they claim the saint. And but today there are no relics like that. In the north-south churches, you don't find an exception in West Syrian monasteries. It's always north-south. But in East Syrian churches, in Nestorian, so-called Nestorian churches, they don't use this north-south alignment, but they use the other type church in their monasteries. So this was interpreted in the past as the community is differentiating itself from the other denominations. But what I was trying to say that after the conquest, they didn't care much about this, apparently. They used the same sort of sculpture and John of Lailam, if that's true, I don't know if it's true or not. The East Syrian church was built in the West Syrian style. I don't know if this is.
Thank you for the presentation. I have some questions for Syrian. The first one, you spoke that in the 8th century there was earthquakes in the region, and then I didn't understand why if you read the earthquakes to the reconstruction of the church, in particular for the piers that are there, and I don't know if you consider the piers as something as a mark the reconstruction of the buildings. I didn't understand at what this point. Can you clarify this?
Yeah, the main point was I thought the walls collapsed. Yeah. The walls were probably, well, I have no idea, but maybe bricks, and they had to be replaced by brick walls at some point. So the span needs to be reduced. So these piers were added to make the span smaller and make the brick wall easier to build. And of course, carry the brick wall, which is heavier than the timber roof.
And so you found that these phenomena in different churches in the same area.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But you suddenly get this, at some point you get this case, and I was trying to understand, because these cases, as I thought, block the sculpture and my sculpture, they sometimes block the part of the door window. So.
And the topology of the construction, there is in all of the churches, the walls on the ground roof. You know more about the roofing system because it changed a lot. If it's the roofing system, it's a gold or it's a ground roofing, for example.
There are usually walls.
Walls, okay.
Walls. There's like 2, 3 stone arches, and then it's called NIITIAG pattern, like
bricks laid on each other and like a false dome coming a vault.
Thank you very much. Another curiosity, the necropolis of the Al-Andalus show a picture from there. It was also a quarry.
Yes.
Okay. So for the huge quarry.
But it's a huge, not huge, but lots of buildings.
It's impressive. It's impressive. Really. So, Simon, for you, at the moment we said very clear that for you, I don't know anything about the area where you work, but we said that the church of Tagrit, then Tagrit is dated certainly.
Because of the textual references, because there is 3 churches. Is it all your question?
Yes, my question is which is your reference? If you have something.
Yeah, I can send you the references.
No, so that it's a written reference, not that material.
No, it is always the same case. It's always the same case in the churches. We don't have references. But in this case, in the churches of Tagrit, we don't have any reference of anything before the Maya Physics Foundation of the city. And the Maya Physics Foundation is attributed to Maruta, who was ordinated in 629. But you can say, yeah, it's just before, but Maruta is supposed to have built 1 church, and he died in 649. And later, the 2 other churches are attributed to successors of him from the local tradition, and Barbaris inherited from this local tradition. That's what I can say. I can say more, so if you want.
The question, I don't know to whom they Simon, because I am struck by listening of the talking from yesterday and today about the difference of actors. You know, in Syria and Palestine, we heard that in the 7th century, the presence of Christians is still attested, but in the 8th century, it comes to decrease. And here, today, I'm listening that in the 8th and 9th century, maybe until the 10th century, Christianity decreases. So I'm thinking about that, and do you think that there is some evidence that maybe for regional different situations, and also that in Syria and Palestine, Muslim armies came before, and the political power, administrative law was not really built. But you know, in Spain, we heard. I was thinking the conquest comes 50 or 60 years later. So the situation may be different because I wonder if the law is still more rigid when the Muslim army are coming, because we are still in the reign of Abdul-Malik and Al-Walid. If I don't.
Yes.
It's true that they began to have a law that is more structured than at the beginning of the political Islamic power. And the last reflection I had is that in North Mesopotamia, it seems to be something quite different, and maybe because it's in some way on the border between Byzantine Empire, because Turkey, before the 11th century, is still Christian. If I don't, so maybe the situation, the perception, the Christians are still in Turkey. So North Mesopotamian, they are nearer than in the other regions. So it's difficult to express in English. Maybe if it's like experience very short time, it would be easier. And I'm very curious to hear about the situation in North Africa tomorrow, because maybe we don't agree about some, not the process that is very different, but it's the chronology that I saw now. And maybe we have to think about regional processes and compare that, but not to look for an equivocal response to our problematics, because our data are very different, because and it's difficult to compare. I know, just a reflection.
The microphone to answer, because it's not me. Yeah, but I agree with you. No, because I'm here to talk about things. I think the main problem here is when we speak about increase, what I was speaking about. So I was, when Yuri was speaking this morning as well, and also now, I think to see if there is increase or decrease, we have to know what is before. And for example, in my case, I say, obviously, we can affirm that there is still building activity, but we cannot say if it is more or less. Because data are those that are, we have a limit of data, and also I'm completely sure as you say that there are regional variations, but not the variations Al-Andalus, Syriac, so within Al-Andalus. Also within Al-Andalus and the north. So we would have, I am against building up a model of transformation because we cannot have it. The problem now of increase is that we are not in a position to know because we are not able to measure comparing what we have before. Okay.
I thank you. It's a really interesting question. I mean, I've also been struck with the difference between the description of Palestine and the Transjordan yesterday and the kind of evidence we've been looking at today. I wonder if it's a case of settlement in the Transjordan in particular achieves a kind of high watermark in the late Roman period, and there's a wider loss of settlement. So that may be, I wonder, is part of the pattern. And also that it's so proximate to places where Arab Muslims already live, so they're already partly dispersed in that region, previous to the conquest, already resident there. Then they also change the demographic texture. As you say, I think not Mesopotamia is quite distinct, and I would also emphasize that I think what's going on the post-Sasanian side of the border is more marked than what we've seen in the Jacobite side, and I think partly that's because we've got conversion of formerly Zoroastrian elites to Christianity, and some of them are engaging in this kind of donation, maybe like Huger in Thomas of Marble or other cases. So we've got a new elite that's becoming Christian and is channeling its resources into Christian institutions. And maybe some of these Christian institutions are also becoming then the center of new settlements. So there's sort of Christian placemaking that's going on a substantial scale in rural Iraq. I think also, I mean, just in terms of in terms of our model building, I think we also have to bear in mind that most of these places don't see mass conversion of Islam until medieval period. And at least if we follow someone like Thomas Carlson or Tamara Leahy, we should be looking at the 13th or 14th century, isn't it, with mass conversion.
My question is for Philip. And I would like you to comment on the sentence that you show in your slide, which is no longer there, on Edessa. Because each time I read that sentence, I mean, it strikes me for how many buildings are listed in one sentence, and such a complicated picture is represented, which is the passage on the new mosque in Edessa, built in the Tetrapylon, opposite the old church, named Beit Shabda. So how would you explain or try to visualize, let's say, on the ground, such a list of different buildings and the relation between them?
I mean, I'm afraid. They sort of follow you. But
yeah, but I was not sure at all.
I thought, I mean, my impression is these are a series of auxiliary buildings that are being erected. So these are things like xenophobia and nunneries, and these aren't the places of worship for most of the population. But they're sort of additional buildings in a significant enough setting. But they're not actually being stripped of their own church. These are sort of auxiliary buildings that are being used in order to acquire this space in the middle of the city. But until then, there hasn't been a mosque in the city.
Exactly. But for example, the capital would suggest a public building or a public space.
Yep.
Use that as a mosque. That would be something. Though I mean, named Beit Shabda. I don't know how.
I mean, I took that to be a nickname, like an additional name, with another formal name. I don't know. If I can add something else, I also think it's interesting the number of these scenes involve the freeing of slaves, and that it mirrors the Theodosian Code's legislation about Jewish ownership of Christian slaves. Jews are allowed to buy and sell Christian slaves, and what the circumstances around that are. So I think that when Mufasa gets involved in freeing these slaves, that I wonder if what happens in a subsequent generation, this Muslim mob that shows up and points out the new churches, I wonder if they are the ex-slaves or the descendants of the ex-slaves who have a specific reason to hate the church, which is that the church is to own them.
Sorry.
Sorry, I am very rude, but the meeting has to be closed, so we have to go, okay? One thing, your start, remember you start